What's up, everyone? My name's Deeg. This is Basementside Chats. I'm here today with Roy. How's it going, Roy?
It's going great. How are you?
I am doing fantastic. Lots of news in the gaming landscape, lots of exciting things going on. And tonight, I invited you here to talk to me about the story of Guild Wars 2 World versus World.
Yeah.
I think there's a something there that the community can really benefit from an understanding of the path this what I think of as a beleaguered game mode has taken. What do you think about the story of Guild Wars 2 World versus World? Is this an interesting story to you, a boring story to you? Is it full of drama, or is it just what? How would you characterize it?
There's definitely drama.
Okay.
I think it's a little hard to characterize World versus World, to be honest.
Why's that?
Well, is for one thing, the community is extremely varied, and not just EU versus NA.
Mhm.
I think there's a lot of if I don't know how familiar you are with World versus World,
Just a little.
but if if you're not really that familiar with it, if you haven't really played it very much, it definitely there's a lot more than I think people first sort of think of when they get into World versus World. But
What do you
the
think people
biggest
first think of when they get into the mode? What are, like, maybe for those of us who aren't familiar with it, give us a high level rundown of what it is and why you think people get engaged with it in the first place.
all right, well, so I guess I'll just start off with me personally.
Yeah.
I pretty much just played PvE very casually. The first couple years that I played Guild Wars 2, I've played since release. And I got into World versus World actually just almost by accident. I was just doing some dailies with a friend, and we hooked up with a tag. We got into TeamSpeak with them, and the thing that really drew me into the game mode almost immediately was the sort of sense of community that it had, and how you had to, obviously at that point in the game there wasn't necessarily the really high end PvE that we have now. But, it still felt as though, and I think this is still true, that there was more of a sense of you had to be organized, and there's a high level of organization that can come into play with World versus World. It doesn't always have to be.
Mhm.
You certainly can just kind of jump in randomly if you want to, but to I think really get the full real experience of World versus World, you have to play with a group. You have to, really get into communication with a group. And certainly earlier in the game, you had to really be part of a community, and I liked that a lot because while I was part of my guild sort of community when I was just playing PvE, it wasn't as big, it wasn't as broad, and it wasn't as, I'd say, important as I think it sort of became for me, at least for World versus World. And I just really enjoyed that aspect of it. It was a lot of fun. It was a very new experience for me. Guild Wars 2 is essentially the first MMO I've really played, so I hadn't
Okay.
really felt that elsewhere. And I think that certainly, maybe now, less so, but I think a lot of people will look at World versus World and they'll just think it's basically just big PvP. It's conquest, but just bigger, larger scale.
Okay.
And that's not really true. I think there's a lot of different parts of World versus World complexities that make it up. There's at least certainly earlier on there were tons of different roles you could play in World versus World in terms of the actual sort of jobs you were doing.
Hmm.
And again, I think the idea that World versus World is sort of surrounded around a community more than other game modes, not all the time, but in a lot of ways, at least to me, really appealed to me, and I think it also kind of made it stronger and made it stand out as a game mode as opposed to PvE and PvP.
Gotcha. Makes sense. So in terms of, like, the bones of World versus World, like, there, as you mentioned, the pillar game modes of Guild Wars 2 are PvP, World v World, PvE, and PvE is a broad brush for a lot of different things, right? Um, and the community, as you said, I've observed too, is it's not as important to some of the other game modes as it is in World versus World. It doesn't rely on the community as much. I see the emergence of community participation as something that comes forth from the kind of the design and the way the game mode is built, where the incentives are, what's required to actually do things to get those rewards. And I wonder if we could talk for a minute about like the bones of World v World, just what it is. Like assume I've never played it before. What's your elevator pitch for World v World? What can I expect going in?
Well, I mean, at its base, World vs. World is an RVR game mode, right?
Meaning
Realm
what?
versus Realm.
Okay.
Realm versus Realm, yeah.
Mhm.
So it's it's one server versus another server versus another server.
Mhm.
So at its bare roots, right? You have a week-long matchup. For anyone who plays Guild Wars 2, obviously, you pick a server when you create an account. Again, you have the EU region and the NA region. You can't play cross region. You have to transfer to get to the other region if you want. So once you pick that server, really at this point, the only thing that your server, which server you're on, affects is World versus World.
Mhm.
So whatever server you're on, you're put into a week-long matchup versus two other servers. At this point of the game, we have server links, so multiple servers are linked together. There's one host server, and then there'll be either one or two smaller servers linked to that one. So if you're on a linked server, you're sort of counted as the host server. So,
Mhm.
if I was on Fort Rannoch and that was linked to Desolation, I would technically be on Desolation
And
in
those
terms of
links
World versus
exist
World.
to kind of balance things out because not all realms are the same size or same engagement.
Yeah, and that's a much larger conversation that we can touch upon later.
I'm sure they will.
Population balance and whatnot. Personally, I don't like server links personally, but
Okay.
anyways, so that wasn't something that always existed. That was something that was implemented. I want to say like 3 to 4 years ago.
Mhm.
But so anyway, so you're put into this week long matchup, and you fight the other servers for control of objectives. So towers, camps, keeps, and a castle. Across 4 different maps. So there's 4 maps in World versus World. There's the Eternal Battlegrounds, and then there's 3 Borderlands.
Mhm.
Originally, the 3 Borderlands were all carbon copies of each other, called Alpine Borderlands. However, in HOT Heart of Thorns, the first expansion for Guild Wars 2,
Mhm.
they introduced a new Borderland called the Desert Borderland.
Right.
Right now, you have 2 Alpine and 1 Desert
Okay.
as the three Borderlands
And
there.
does that rotate?
No, I
Okay.
believe so. When HOT came out, originally it was all three Borderlands were desert. They just replaced the Alpine completely.
Right.
There were a
Upgrades.
lot of issues with the Desert Borderland on release. A lot of people really didn't like it for various different reasons. Since then, the Desert Borderland is better, I will say, but they did eventually. What they did was, I believe, at one point they were going to rotate it so every matchup would switch. So it was 3 Alpine, 3 Desert, um, and there were like discussions about that. But eventually, what they decided was to just have it permanently be 2 Alpine and 1 Desert,
Okay.
um, which I think is fine. It's
Okay.
I think the Alpine Borderland is still better than Desert Borderland in terms of the map design, but I think it would be kind of a waste if the Desert Borderland was completely gone. But yeah, I mean, so again, at its root, World versus World, Realm versus Realm game mode, which is obviously you'll see those game modes in other MMOs, DAOC, Warhammer, etc.
Have you played
Uh,
those?
I have not. No.
Okay.
Yes, I'm not very familiar with the Realm versus Realm in other games,
Yeah.
but
To be fair, neither am I. Just curious.
fair enough. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So world versus world is something that's changed a lot over time. You mentioned a few things that exist now that didn't exist before, like the Desert Borderland is new. The idea of server links is a solution to a problem that maybe is still an ongoing problem. Um,
hmm
and I think that there's been discussion about other changes too that are still waiting to bear fruit. But what I would like to do, I think, before we jump into the juicy problems, which is the most fun part of the conversation, probably, is really talk about what makes World versus World good and what about it grabs at you specifically. I know that one of the ways I got to know you at first, Roy, from Mighty Teapot's show Tea Time, is talking about guild versus guild. This idea, and I'm not sure how this is related to World versus World or how it is related to you to that idea. Maybe you could just unpack that a little.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, just briefly, what's so special about World Wars for me, as I mentioned before, is that sense of community. but also I was never really much of a competitive gamer growing up,
Hmm.
and I'd say Guild Wars 2, as much as a sort of a joke as people will, consider Guild Wars 2 being competitive. Guild Wars 2 was essentially the first time that I really tried to be competitive in gaming.
Okay.
Um, and so that, comes into part with the GVG. So GVG is guild versus guild, one guild fighting another guild, which was an official game mode in Guild Wars 1.
Right.
It is not an official game mode in Guild Wars 2, and the two GVGs they're very different. Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2, for anyone who has played both, are essentially not the same game at all.
Right.
They really only bear the title.
Same
Apart from
IP,
that,
different games.
yeah, they're just Guild Wars 2 is not a sequel to Guild Wars 1 in the sense that it's just a newer version of the same game. It's very different. But GVG is a subset of World versus World in Guild Wars 2. So what that means is obviously, in Guild Wars 2 we don't really have a lot of there's not really a lot of incentive necessarily to be part of a guild, which I think is a larger issue of Guild Wars 2. But in Guild Wars
And
or in World versus World,
it's in the
obviously,
name. It's one of those big memes. Sorry, continue.
it is unfortunate, no, of course. But I feel like you are a little bit more incentivized to be in a guild, be a part of a group in World versus World, more so than the other game modes. And so a big part of GVG is being part of a guild,
Hmm.
playing with a guild group. And there's sort of various different forms of GVG, and there has been throughout the 8 years the game's been out. Some groups will be sort of more casual, some groups will be more hardcore. But I would say the more sort of standard version of Guild versus Guild in Guild Wars 2 is a guild group of 15 fighting another guild group of 15. You can call it a scrim if you want, where you kind of just play for an hour or whatever. You can call it an official GVG, where you would essentially do a specific amount of rounds, usually like a best of 9, so first to 5, or a best of 5, first to 3, best of whatever it might
Okay.
be.
Okay.
And it has been very different across the years. It's changed a lot. It's different both on EU and NA,
Hmm.
and
How are these
I would
staged?
say
Like, where do these actually
are
take
these
place?
so it's a very good question. As I mentioned before, it's not an official game mode, right? So
Yeah.
it's essentially it's completely community
It's
run,
like
completely community driven.
right.
And there's right now three kind of different places that a GVG might happen. Originally, the two main places that it would happen would be around the South Island of the Alpine Borderlands. So all the way on the bottom, the very bottom of the map, there's a
Okay.
camp, and pretty much either right above that camp or below that camp is where people would fight in the Borderlands.
Is it because it's kind of
Or
isolated?
yeah, so it's isolated. It's kind of a flat area
Hmm.
that you can fight on, which is pretty much what you want if you're GVGing. And then the other area that people used to fight historically in, and people still do, is the part of the Obsidian Sanctum. So the Obsidian Sanctum is a jumping puzzle,
Right.
which it used to be you could get there by going through portals in the Eternal Battlegrounds keeps. Now there's on the World vs World menu when you open it up, there's an actual place you can just queue into it. Um, and so there's a kind of like a split off from the main jumping puzzle area that's essentially an arena. It has like spectator stands and stuff. It's a big open circle basically,
Hmm.
with mostly flat ground, and that was the main place that GVGs would happen. And it's kind of, I would say, a symbol of GVG at this point.
Sure.
It's historically sort of been there. When HOT came out, there were guild halls added with Heart of Thorns.
Right.
One big aspect of that was the guild hall arena, which a lot of people were kind of hoping would be the GVG place. There's been a lot of issues with it, which again we can get into if we want. But that was for a time, isn't really anymore, but it was at one point a place that GVGs would happen a lot. There's also Edge of the Mists was it's a new map. It's kind of an overflow map. It was originally designed to basically be both an introduction to World versus World, as well as a place that if you were queuing up for one of the main Borderlands, you could go there. And
Right.
because it keeps creating new overflows, it essentially was a place you could just go and wait and queue. So there's a couple areas in Edge of the Mists that people will GVG in. And then recently, I think about 2 years ago, there was an arena actually added to that area, pretty much specifically made for GVGing. that you could
Interesting.
get to by walking through a portal at the spawns of Edge of the Mists, and that's the Edge of the Mist arena. Now that is probably the main place for GVGs that right now I would say.
Okay. When was that added?
Like I said, it was about 2 years ago. I want to
Okay.
say.
So pretty recent history.
I think it was the summer of 2018. I
Mhm.
would have to look it up. I don't know off the
Okay.
top of my head.
Yeah, I'm just trying to
yeah,
put a rough
not,
timeline together in my head. That makes sense. Okay. So how big is the GVG scene? How many guilds are playing it at any given time?
So unfortunately, right now it's very dead.
Okay.
Again, for a multitude of reasons, it's especially on an A. Historically, an A has usually had a much worse scene than EU as well. It's been less organized. It's been less competitive. Um, right now, it's not great on EU either. There's still some guilds, doing it, but it's definitely not as competitive as it has been. It's definitely not as big as it has been. I would say at its peak, and again, I didn't really play World versus World the first couple of years. I didn't really get too into GVG for about a year after playing World versus World. So kind of the first 3 years, I'm not as well versed in the history of World versus World and GVG. But I would say probably the peak time of GVG would be either right around the big February balance patch we had last year or at the beginning of this year, or sort of leading up to that, the year before, the summer before that. I would say it was pretty active on EU. There were probably at least a good 20 guilds consistently fighting each other.
Damn.
I would say maybe half of those were very competitive with each other or
Mhm.
fairly competitive with each other. NA, again, NA has always been kind of weaker than EU in terms of GVG.
Mhm.
And at its best, sadly, NA really only had 3 competitive guilds, I would say, at
That's
least
not
in
enough.
recent times.
Yeah.
It's not a lot. And when I say competitive, I mean like the very top. It was kind
Yeah.
of 3 guilds at the very
People who are
top of
trying
it.
hard, creating new metas, stuff like that.
Yeah, and there were definitely middle lower tier guilds. There were a decent amount of them, but there's a very big disparity between EU and NA where you'll have 20 guilds on EU, and these are 20 guilds that all they do is fight other guilds. They don't really do open world versus or open field world versus world.
Mhm.
They don't really do raiding as much. And then you'll have, a handful of guilds on top of that, which are, sort of half and half. They'll half raid and half scrim or whatever.
Mhm.
On an A, most guilds will do, I'd say 90% raiding and open field, and then maybe 10% scrim. And again, apart from those like top 3 guilds that sort of make it a more of a priority to fight other
Mhm.
guilds
More of a
in even
sidebar.
numbers, of course.
Yeah.
But I mean, there definitely have been, and again, I'd say pre Heart of Thorns, so vanilla, the NA scene was a lot more active. There were a lot more guilds. Again, I wasn't really part of it. I played
Yeah.
on EU as well for the first 5-ish years, 4 years, I'd say.
Why?
So I wasn't as involved in the NA scene for a while.
Why'd you start on
I just
EU?
so I played Guilders 1 with a guild that was mostly European,
Mhm.
and we kind of all transferred over to Guilders 2 together.
Oh, word.
And again, because I was kind of just casually doing PvE, it didn't really affect me
Yeah.
being on EU at the time, and I just always played on EU.
Got
And
it.
since I started moving over to NA and playing on NA, I've basically played both regions at the same time. I haven't really ever only played one, although
Mhm.
recently I've only really been playing on NA. But again, I would say that the NA scene, while there were probably more guilds in the beginning of the game, I still think that there was a point in Path of Fire where it was the most competitive, and maybe Heart of Thorns for a little bit. But there were still never really more than a handful of guilds on an A that were really trying to push GVG, push the scene, create a competitive,
Mhm.
healthy scene, which is unfortunate. Although, of course, there were still a lot of very good moments in the NA history, I would say, in terms of GVG.
Mhm. Why do you think so to me it's very interesting that something like the GVG scene even would exist at all because
Mhm.
in a game where you're presented with a few modes that hand you out rewards on a regular basis. You get dailies and stuff like that, or various achievements, or just all the signposting that a game can do to get you to engage with it in a certain way. For a community to go out of its way and say, "There's a way that we want to play this game, and we want to play it this way so badly, we're gonna like carve our own space out of it."
Mhm.
And there's no dailies for doing this stuff. There's no rewards for doing this stuff. It's just the experience itself. And the fact that there would be a scene that would be powerfully enough attracted to that vision to make it a thing, to me, really stands out. I wonder what is it about GVG that makes it stand out from the other offerings that Guild Wars 2 has?
So you're absolutely right, and honestly, this is something that I actually kind of love about GVG. But yeah, I mean, World versus World as a game mode, first of all, is not very rewarding in and of itself. But
Okay.
yeah, then GVG on top of that, as you said, you get no rewards from it. We've put on several tournaments over the years on both regions, and some of them have had rewards, but for the most part, they're not very good rewards. They're definitely not really. You're not really rewarded for the amount of time and effort you put into it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the only thing that I can, that you can really say you get from being invested in the GVG scene is being the best, being better than other guilds. It's that competitive nature that drives it. And the way that I sort of look at it a little bit is World vs. World as a whole, as the large game mode, is kind of a casual game mode. GVG is the hardcore part of that. And there are definitely more hardcore parts to World vs. World for sure, but I would say broad strokes, grand scheme, World vs. World is a casual game mode, and GVG is kind of the hardcore part of World vs. World.
Interesting. So it's kind of like open world versus like raids or fractals, something like that for roughly in terms of the analogy.
Not exactly, but yes, yeah, you could make that comparison.
Okay, because you're making a smaller size group, you're organizing, you're developing builds, and as with raids, the rewards are not amazing, and you do it because you just like it. There are little literal raid rewards, but
I mean, I think part of it too was, there were some people that came from Guild Wars 1, where again GVG was an official game mode. It was part of the game.
Did you play in the Guild Wars 1 GVG scene? Okay.
No, I was ultra casual PvE only. I did a little bit of PvP in Guild Wars 1, but
I was mainly a PvE dude back in Guild Wars 1 too. I did play with the Goon Squad's GVG crew for like a few weeks, like way back in college. And I remember I remember sensing how cool the game mode was and how much of a culture there was around it, and that there were builds.
It's a very cool game mode.
Team builds, and I didn't know how deep it went at the time, but the idea in Guild Wars 1 is that your guild would like choose a guild hall, and you would fight at your guild hall. And how freaking cool is that?
That's awesome, yeah.
Could you imagine if Guild Wars 2 had something like that, where you're...
Oh, man, I'm going to cry.
Yeah. Well, okay, this is the discussion. I think we're a part of any Guild Wars discussion is kind of like communal grieving and grieving in a way, not grieving.
Grieving, yeah.
Because it's been out for a while. It's made some big promises, and I think we've all made our different arrangements with those promises. One of the really interesting things I'm seeing, and I know you must be too, Roy, is a lot of people who are kind of in the public eye with Guild Wars, the streamers, are making a very deliberate choice to be very positive and very constructive towards the game, rather than kind of letting negativity take over, which seems to be somewhat rampant, especially in the little bit of a drought we're experiencing leading up to the expansion next year. I know I just said a bunch of things. Sorry for spewing that all out, but it seems relevant.
Hey, that's what we're here for, right?
Damn straight.
Yeah, it's, on one hand, and yeah, without naming names, I mean, there's certainly some streamers that come to mind. On one hand, I think personally, I like trying to be positive. I don't like being negative. It's not really something I've ever tried to do. First of all, I like, pumping people up and making them, happy and excited or whatever. And, that's sort of part of I'd say, not the character I play, but, part of my persona that I think I sort of get known for in World versus World a bit. And then with the shoutcasting and stuff.
Dude, on the ERPs, man, you got me hyped as shit watching those, dude. Like, I'm never going to forget those performances.
as a side note, that was one of the most enjoyable experiences I've ever had.
ERP was amazing. Can we take a second to talk about that? Is it okay if we sidebar again?
For sure. Absolutely, yeah.
The ERP was a teapot, MightyTeapot. I'm not sure, like, there were a lot of people who made it happen, but it was hosted on MightyTeapot's Twitch. The Elitist raiding party, it was the third iteration of it. right?
Mhm.
And it was high level, an organized tournament to challenge and pit against each other the world's most accomplished raiding guilds, or at least those that were still left. And
Yeah.
it was all covered by Teapot and his various co-casters, including yourself. And it was an incredible experience. What was your experience of it?
Well, so I'd organize or helped organized, casted, streamed, whatever. A lot of tournaments leading up to that, PvP and World versus World,
Right.
or GVG, and I hadn't. I've never really been huge into the raiding scene in Guild Wars 2. I used to do like a weekly clear with some friends
Hmm.
from a GVG guild actually. Back when I think there were only like 4 raid wings. And I like raiding. I think it's fun, but again, I was never really that into it. I was never certainly involved in the community very much.
Sure.
I've never really experienced like the highest level of raiding. I'd say I'm familiar with all the raids, but not at a high level.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm
And
right there with
so
you.
Teapot had, so as you said, this was the third elitist raiding party that he put on, the third raiding tournament he did. He'd also done 2 sort of minor league tournaments called the ARP, the Amateur Raiding Party.
Right.
And I helped a lot with the second one. I didn't have anything to do with the first one, but I assisted him with the second one a lot, casted it, admin, stuff like that. So that was kind of my first experience with it, and it was a lot of fun. But the Elitist Raiding Party was way again, more hardcore. There was a lot more depth to it. The less guilds overall, but it was, again, just way more depth. And right now where I am in my real life, I'm kind of feeling as though I want to get into something to do with the gaming industry. I enjoy being in that sort of. I think I would enjoy being in that field, whether that's
I
something
got a
with
job
esports
for you.
or.
I just saw
Yeah.
the reading that game director posting today.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, we can talk about that in a sec. But so part of my, I guess, inspiration for feeling like that or wanting that was honestly working with Teapot on the ERP. I think to date, and we obviously did the Masters of the Arena this past summer, which was without a doubt the biggest community PvP tournament that's gone on. And I would probably say more work went into it, at least on my part, and I think probably on his part too, for the Elitist rating part, or then the Elitist rating party. But there's something, and I've talked about this several times on my own stream and on other streams, that I can't exactly describe or explain about the Elitist rating party. But there was just something about it that, honestly, when we finished, like right at the very end of it, I felt completely physically and emotionally drained. Like I just couldn't do anything. I couldn't think. And it was not in a bad way. It was kind of a surreal feeling.
Right.
And being able to be a part of that, and I felt similar things with the mode as well. But being a part of it was a very unique experience that I am extremely grateful I was able to be a part of. And it really made me realize that I love doing that sort of thing. And Teapot is an absolutely incredible person, both as just a person, but also as someone who creates content for the community, who puts on these great specials. He's always trying to outdo himself, and that's why I would say more work went into the Masters of the Arena. But I probably think the Elitist Rating Party 3 is still sort of the biggest achievement that he has put on. And again, just me being a part of it, I'm very glad I was able to. So. Yeah, it was an incredible experience. I'm extremely glad I was able to do it. I wouldn't have, changed it for the world really, and it's definitely a huge part of the Guild Wars 2 history.
Didn't the live stream for that cap out at like 17K viewers or something like that?
17K. Yeah, I mean, by far the biggest Guild Wars 2 viewership that a non-official sort of stream has gotten.
That's bigger than Summit streaming Guild Wars. That was huge.
Yeah, I think his first stream had like 20K viewers. I think he had a lot, but yeah, I mean when his subsequent
Still, like,
streams didn't have as
that's
many.
rarefied air.
Yeah, and it was insane. And I was a little bit disappointed that we weren't able to get more viewers for the MODA, but Teapot has talked about this too. It was a different period of time surrounding the game that I think enabled us to get more viewership for the rating tournament as well. We got front page, I think, on Twitch for the Elitist raiding party as well, which we didn't for the MODA, which definitely boosted us up a lot. And also, I think people are just more interested in PvE than PvP, to be honest, at this point, for an MMO.
Yeah, more of an audience to it.
You think about the World of Warcraft raiding streams. Those get huge numbers when a new raid wing and the speedruns are coming out. And they have a pretty big tournament that I don't remember the name of, but it's pretty big from what I understand.
Yeah, raid tournaments
I think
are huge. I just got done watching the Destiny day one raiding tournament. It's very, very interesting stuff. But go on.
Yeah. It was 17,000 viewers. I mean, enough said. It was we weren't expecting it, and blew us away.
So yeah, I'm a huge unabashed member of the MightyTeapot fan club, absolutely, and that's incredible stuff. I have to honor the amount of effort he's put into giving this community something to hang on to. Maybe especially during times when there wasn't a lot to hang on to.
He's our light shining in the darkness for sure.
Yes, I think he feels that pressure.
It'd be hard not to.
Yeah. But anyway, on a brighter note, you said that tournament, you had something that you came away with, a feeling that you wanted to get involved with gaming or something like that. Tell me about that.
Well, yeah. So as I said, I'd done a lot of tournaments leading up to that, but they were all, much smaller. Again, Teapot sort of dreams at a larger scale than the rest of us, and to be a part of it, it felt very real. Again, this is a community tournament. It wasn't supported by ArenaNet.
How many teams were there? Let's just kind of give the high level. What was the tournament?
I want to say, I feel like it was either 6 or 8 teams. I'm a little embarrassed. I can't remember off the top of my head, but it was either 6 or 8 teams. It was actually hard to get that many teams because the raiding scene had drastically died. It was kind of devastated. It was at a very low point, and it is now at a very low point as well, I think. Although the current rating league that's going on, I think is doing pretty well. But there were, it was, again, just the highest level raiders we had at the time. And I would say, honestly, it wasn't just, that they were kind of just whatever we had. There were very good players playing in it.
Yeah, it's a smaller scene.
It was just a smaller scene, yeah. But yeah, it was 6 guilds. LN was the eventual winners.
Lucky Noobs.
Germans mostly.
Yeah, I had Raka on recently,
was
and we
part
talked
of
a little
it,
bit about this stuff.
As you talked about. And their sort of main competitors were Snowify, which was a sort of combination of Snowcrows and Quantify, which everyone knows who Snowcrows is.
Right.
They have the build site for raiding and fractals and whatnot. And they're kind of I think the go-to sort of PvE database there for builds and whatnot.
I just went there today.
But then...
Yeah.
Sorry?
I just went there today to try to remember what a Condition Warrior build looks like for PvE.
Yeah. So it was Snowcrows, and then it was a group called Quantify that they just been a big part of the raiding scene for a long time. And I mean, the competition between the two of them, again, part of the reason that I think the ERP was so good was because the competition was there was basically no difference between the two. Obviously, LN eventually won. I think they were the better group and they deserved to win, but Snowify were very good. They were very, very close to them. And, as a tournament organizer or broadcaster or whatever, you want a successful tournament. But I think, for me personally, more than almost anything else, whenever I'm casting PvP or GVG or whatever it might be, raiding in this sense, I want to see good gameplay, a good show. And that's obviously what everyone watching wants. And there were very few moments, in my opinion, during that tournament that were not eventful, that were not exciting, that were not fun to watch. And I think back to the tournament, and I'm astounded at how good it was.
Yeah.
And we joked a lot about how we wrote the script for the tournament. I don't think we could have written the script as good as it actually turned out to be. It was really good. But yeah, it was the first sort of real feeling to me that I had sort of helped to be a part of something that was really successful. That felt
Felt really meaningful to
more
you.
than just like a small community tournament. It felt like a real tournament.
Yeah.
You know, and again, I mean, yeah, I
Yeah, it
came
had
away with this
real
feeling
serious
that
prizes. It had a huge amount of
yeah,
visibility. Like
yeah,
it was the talk of the community. And for community size of Guild Wars, that's pretty huge.
oh yeah, completely blew our expectations out of the water, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll never forget the final moments, man. Like what a photo finish. It was actually incredible. If anyone who hasn't seen it, and I imagine everyone watching this has, but anyone who hasn't owes it to themselves. And we just lost Roy from the Discord. He did let me know that there's a possibility his Discord would crash.
Sorry about that.
That's
Yep.
okay,
Well,
man.
there we go. I guess I haven't fixed it.
The hype was too strong. Uh,
Yeah. Ugh, and
yeah,
that might happen more, but
that's okay,
you'll
man.
have to
No
bear
big
with it.
deal.
All
We're
right.
back. And everything's
Yeah.
still lined up. So that's a mini miracle. But this tournament, the format of it it's kind of like a heads up time trial. Where two teams would start at roughly the same time, and I could tell that a lot of energy went into making sure that the clocks were accurate. That was, I think, technically impressive on the viewer side. See how you guys could determine the winners like live on the spot, with stream lag and everything that goes into that. And there were a lot of really heavy rules that I think if you're a lay person raider or someone who just casually raids, that they're pretty intimidating. What was the rule set for the tournament? Do you remember?
So I wouldn't be able to. Well, I mean, for the
Or
most
just like
part,
high
I would
level?
say there weren't. It wasn't so much that there were a ton of different rules. There were kind of the biggest sort of complexity in terms of a rule set there was. There was various different sort of skips and not necessarily like bugs that you could abuse, but you know, there's sometimes some kind of wonky things that'll happen
Ways to make
in the
events go
game.
quicker, things like that. They're a little buggy.
And so honestly, one of the biggest issues actually in coming up with the rule set and sort of the having the tournament come to fruition was figuring out which of those various skips and whatnot they could actually do.
Hmm.
But the absolute most impactful rule that we had was no downstate. And
Yes.
so it actually was way more impactful than we thought it was going to be. But in raids, obviously, you know, and in Guild Wars 2, you have a downstate, right? So when you lose all your health, you go into downstate, you can be revived.
Hmm.
But what we did was, and by the way, every single guild was all 9. There were 9 out of 10. You only had 9 people to play with because we always had a 10th admin in the squad. So all the groups were only 9 people. So right away they were 1 player less. But if you went to downstate, you had to immediately type /GG, which kills you, so that you can't be revived. So there was no rezzing whatsoever, which A, obviously changes a little bit of the builds that you might be running.
Hmm.
It means, and B, means you can't res people back up. So when you go into downstate, there, you know, that's it, you're done.
Hmm.
And, you know, we saw so many times where that rule, if that rule hadn't been a part of it, you know, it would have completely changed the tournament. Because there were times where, you know, you would have one person go to downstate and they would die, and you know, you can do most bosses pretty easily with 8 people. Another
Hmm.
person might go down. Okay, 7 people, it's not a big deal. These are really good groups. When they started getting down to like 6 people, 5 people, that's when, you know, you saw it really come into play where, you know, they weren't able to finish the raid boss and they had to restart.
Uh-huh.
And it was really interesting because there were so many points in the tournament where, you know, they would get the boss down to 50%, 30%, whatever, and they would have to completely restart it. And as you mentioned, this is a time trial, right? So they're racing head to head with the other group. And so I remember one time, one map. So Wing 5, Doom CM, kind of the most iconic raid encounter I think there is for Guild Wars 2. And it was Snowify versus LN, the last 2 groups.
Uh-huh.
I think both groups had to restart the boss like 2 or 3 times because they just lost too many players throughout the encounter. And it changed how they had to play, you know, so much. And it was definitely the most impactful ruling we had. And it completely changed too, I'd say, how they went into these encounters versus the previous tournaments he'd put on.
Hmm.
And so, yeah, I mean, that was without a doubt the most impactful, sort of highest standing rule that we had for that tournament.
That's incredible. Yeah,
Yep.
because these, in a way, I think that the Guild Wars raids, even most of the challenge modes, are designed with plenty of leeway in mind. and you have these really high powered players with these well optimized builds that, generally speaking, min maxing in Guild Wars means putting out the most damage in the smallest amount of time possible, which means you're usually minimizing defensive stats, unless there are specific like skips and mechanics that you build for, right? Like,
Sure.
But having to add this layer that outside the tournament is not something you ever have to deal with. And you get to see actual novel approaches, because there's no zero downstate raid meta.
Nope.
But for that tournament, I think that, as you said, made it brilliant. Where it would have just been great otherwise. And that's the genius. I totally resonate with that. So okay, man, it just make me want to go back and watch all those VODs. But let's see. We teased the fact that you came away from this with some kind of a something that lasted beyond the tournament, a different kind of feeling about where you wanted to go and what you wanted to do. Describe that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I for a really long time growing up, I'd been interested in a career in law enforcement, and you know, I think I had never really considered anything else for a really long time. And then when I started getting into shoutcasting for the UGO, which was a tournament, PvP tournament that Jebro put on, you know, I started really liking it. I started feeling as though I was kind of good at it. I started feeling as, you know, I had discovered something that I was a bit more passionate about. And again, you know, I mean, as the years went on and I started being more involved with various different organizations, tournaments, etc. And again, you know, this huge elitist raiding party, the Master of the Arena as well, you know, it made me realize that it was something that I really enjoyed doing. I felt like I good at it. You know, and I think it was something that stood out to me as it didn't feel like a job in the same sense of, you know, like I didn't have to wake up and I wasn't filled with a sense of dread doing it. You know, I wasn't, I didn't hate doing it. And I mean, you know, I've worked for several years now, and not that I necessarily hate working, but there definitely been times where I didn't enjoy what I was doing and it felt like a job. And organizing these tournaments, I mean, obviously has never actually been a job in the sense that I was getting paid for it. But, you know, I definitely put, I would say, a lot of work into doing, you know, certain various different tournaments and organizing and adminning and whatnot. Again, maybe not to the point of a full-time job, but definitely a lot of work and effort went into it. And so I think, you know, I realized at one point that was something that really stood out to me as something that I could do, that I was passionate about, that, you know, I enjoyed doing. And, but I think also a big part of it too, and this kind of gets back to the whole World vs. World thing, was being involved with community. I really like people. You know, I like socializing with people. I like interacting with people. I like meeting different people, you know, different sides of people. And that's, again, a big thing that sort of attracted me to World vs. World, was just meeting so many different people. Especially, again, you know, I live in America, but playing on EU, I was meeting people from so many different countries, you know, with different accents, you know, and they obviously, you know, speak different languages, you know, very different from me. And so it was a unique experience. But I think because Guild Wars 2 is the way it is, you know, the community is a lot closer and more unique, I would say, as opposed to maybe other games that are in esports that have, you know, a real big sort of helping hand from the publishers of the game. And so I think because of that, it kind of makes the community experience stand out a bit more. And it really spoke to me. I mean, I really enjoy being a part of a community and interacting with different people, and getting to know people and working with them and whatnot. So it's, you know, that sort of thing is something I really enjoy doing.
Yeah, and it's clear from watching you that you enjoy it. I love whenever I'm you know, browsing around Twitch and I see you're casting something PvP related. Like I don't PvP like in MMOs. It just doesn't call to me personally. Like, so I haven't since like Arathi Basin back in WoW vanilla days. But what a good performer, a good caster who can paint a picture of what's going on, explain the stakes, make you connect with what you're seeing, tell you about a story of this player, tell you about what's going on with this player, saying what they're coming up against each other means, both in terms of the game and in terms of the dramatic stakes, things like that. Painting that picture is a skill and an art, and when it comes together, it's a beautiful thing. And you don't have to love the game to enjoy that. Like, it kind of transcends the game in a way. I like I have a tiny bit of casting experience from a niche game called Team Fortress Classic. A bunch of my
Okay.
old the buddies that I gamed with back in my halcyon days of gaming, right when broadband just became a thing. Um, and made a beer league this year, and I said, hell yeah, I'll cast some games. I just got really into it. Um,
Cool. That's awesome.
but the part of it that I liked, like, yeah, the game is great. Like, I still like the game. It's still fun. Um, but it's the personalities and connecting with people and kind of creating like uh, giving back to a community that you really appreciate. Um, so I can see that resonating with you. I wonder. So the ERP was last year, right? Um,
Yep.
what are you thinking about in terms of that feeling? How are you acting on that feeling?
Uh, well, honestly, I haven't. I guess I wouldn't say I've done a lot in that sort of sense.
Okay.
Obviously, there's not an opportunity in Guild Wars 2, to become a shoutcaster, right? There's no actual esports in
Yeah.
Guild Wars 2. There's no actual league. You're not going to make any money from that.
Hmm.
So, I mean, the main thing there is if I'm interested in casting, of course, I'd have to get into another game, an esports, right?
Casting
So,
professionally to actually like as a career.
yeah.
Hmm.
So one thing I've kind of done is so I don't know if you're familiar with Smite at all. Um,
Only vaguely.
so it's a MOBA. It's probably the game I've played the most besides Guild Wars 2, I guess.
Hmm.
And I've started recently, the last couple months, trying to play it a bit more frequently and get a little bit more insight on it. Maybe learn the game a lot better. Because that's so essentially trying to maybe eventually get to a point where I feel comfortable casting it. Hasn't happened yet, but it's a long process, I guess. I
Hmm.
think
Hmm.
getting hired as a caster is a pretty difficult thing to do. There isn't, I mean, as far as I know, there's not really a lot of places that, in terms of like the big esports that are just, they
Hmm.
don't really put out positions for casters. I think you have to kind of work your way up through the
Network your way in,
community.
become known. Yeah.
And so that's kind of something I'm thinking about in terms of just working in the game industry as a whole. Um, I also haven't really been doing a lot of, you know, job searching as of yet. That's
What would you
probably
like to do?
something I'm going to start doing. I mean, some sort of community management probably would be
Okay.
ideal. As
Okay.
I like working in the community, but
It's a
I mean,
tough
I think
job, dude. That's a
it is. Oh
hard
yeah,
job.
absolutely, for sure. Yeah, I'm still relatively young. I haven't done very much with my life as of yet, so that's sort of something that I think I
Well,
need to
that's the
start
perfect time to
moving
start.
towards. Yeah. Oh
Start
yeah,
early,
absolutely,
man.
absolutely. Yeah.
I've been kicking
But
myself for waiting till I was in my 30s to start this podcast. It's an idea I've had for a long time.
well, it's a good idea. Podcasts are great, but yeah, I mean, I know that I have some trouble sort of getting started on things, so that's something that I sort of just struggle with a little bit. So that's
In
something
general, or
I
just
have to
with
work
regard to
around. But
this?
in general,
Okay.
for sure.
Okay. Do you
But
want to talk
yeah,
about that at all?
I mean,
You
it's
don't
just
have to.
I don't think there's very much to talk about. I'm not good at starting things.
Starting things is hard. I don't know. Like for me, I find I can usually start things, but it's actually getting them to go somewhere. That's the trick.
Yeah, I mean,
Also,
it's
like the
just yeah,
idea of like I think getting involved in in gaming, like with a with a it's a hard thing to do to get paid to make games. I think because
yeah,
it's kind of a passion industry, and I think most studios can be picky about who they hire. Um,
absolutely, yeah.
except with certain very highly skilled kind of jobs like engine programming or art direction, stuff like that. Um, but you're still casting. I see you out there still doing that.
Yeah.
I mean, it occurs to me that the phrase "fake it till you make it," which is do something that's like what you want to be doing until
Yeah.
maybe you make it your the focus of your life.
Yep.
Is that what you does that accurately describe what you're doing? What do you think?
Yes and no. I think the experience that I've been getting and have gotten over the last several years is definitely relevant. I think it's useful. It's good. I think I do. If I really seriously want to try and become a caster for something, I have to start casting other games. Casting
Okay.
Guild Wars 2 is not a I mean, doing anything in terms of Guild Wars 2 for 99% of people, I think, is not really a way to then progress into something else,
Hmm.
or to get picked up as something else. And I don't mean that, to be down on anyone or negative or anything. It's a small game. It's a small community. It doesn't
Yeah.
have a very large online presence. And that's just the reality. So
Mhm.
I could certainly keep on casting, daily and monthly automated tournaments in Guild Wars 2, organizing, community tournaments, and I probably will. But I need to, if I really want to start doing something serious in terms of a career, I need to probably branch out into other games. And again, I mean, that's, like I said, that's something that I've been thinking about a lot, and something that I, just kind of need to kick myself in the ass and get going on. But
It ain't
I
easy though.
wouldn't,
I recognize
I
that.
wouldn't say though, that all my time has just been wasted, of course, with Guild Wars 2. I think, like I said, I have a lot of the experiences that I've gone through in the last couple of years in terms of working on various projects for Guild Wars 2.
Mhm.
It's good. It's good experience, and it's experience that I definitely am grateful I've had.
Yeah, I think the idea of having experience is not useful is kind of kind of not a sound one. I think all
Yeah,
experiences can take you somewhere.
yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
it's really interesting you brought up the idea of, continuing to cast Guild Wars 2 as being a path to something or not. The little casting experience I just kind of described earlier is something I recently decided to stop doing.
Hmm.
And it was interesting, so there's this small community that comes up. There are like a couple hundred people involved. Maybe actually roughly the size of the GVG community last year. Uh,
Right.
that
Yeah.
many teams are involved, and
Hmm.
for the very first cast I do, which is of course the worst one, go figure. I get around 100 people watching, and I'm like, hey, this is kind of cool. I wonder if this could go
Yeah.
somewhere. And I don't really think it will, but I kind of want to just feel it out. Like this feels like something is here. Like I want to learn about this, and so I cast a bunch of games for the first season, second season. Do I continue? Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna keep doing it, but a little more casually. And I definitely learned a lot during that time. I feel like I started picking up the skill of casting, which is something I'd never done before. I never knew it was something I would like doing. Um, and but at the end of it, I kind of decided that it was a good experience where I learned something, and I didn't feel bad about like the couple hundred hours or whatever I put into it, both
Hmm.
casting and making my overlay, and I did all this shit myself, one man band style.
Sure.
Um, but I had to acknowledge that if I wanted to continue with it, it wasn't going to look like continuing doing that. It was going to look like something else, and
Right.
I needed to focus my time differently. Um, that said, like there is still utility in doing something you love. Um, and I encourage you to continue casting Guild Wars if that's something you love doing. And you obviously love the community, otherwise I'm sure you wouldn't bother.
Yeah.
Um, I'm excited to see you in something new. You said Smite kind of revealed itself as a potential option. Is that a game that's doing well? I don't hear much about it.
Yeah, it's definitely not as known as, say, League or Dota.
Uh
The
huh.
other two big MOBAs, but I think for the community, it's almost similar to Guild Wars 2 in the sense that it has a smaller, more tightly knit community. It's still in esports though, and I think it's consistently doing fine. I think
Consistently
I think
doing
it's in a pretty
fine.
good
Oof,
place.
that's
Well,
that's how I want
I
my
don't want
shit described.
to. It's yeah. I mean, I guess I probably described it kind of poorly. I think it's in a good place personally. I mean, I think
Okay.
that it's a little harder for me to say just because I haven't really gotten to the point where I view it as more than just kind of a casual ranked player, I guess. But no, I think it is in a good place. I think it definitely has a lot of I don't want to say potential. I mean, it's been around for several years now, and I think it's run very successful tournaments. It has a good strong pro league. Um, so but the reason that I sort of mentioned Smite is just because it's sort of the game I have the most experience with
Hmm.
outside of Guild Wars 2. It is an esports. It's a game I actually enjoy playing a lot. I really like the aesthetic of it, um, the sort of I guess setting of it, the idea of Smite. I think it's a really cool game. And yeah, I mean, I think I would enjoy casting it. So that's sort of why I've gotten into it. But
You think it's
again,
important to be passionate about a game you cast?
oh yeah, 100%. Yes, absolutely. I think it's necessary.
Okay.
I don't think I think a lot of the people that cast. professionally are people who played the game,
Hmm.
who were involved in the community for several years in various different ways or whatever. And I think you're not going to be able to be a really good caster if you're not passionate about that game, if you don't care about the game, because you're certainly not going to be as good. You have to want to see good gameplay. You have to want to be excited about
Hmm.
a certain player doing a certain thing, a certain team winning in a certain way, whatever. And obviously, I think it's also important as a caster to not be biased, but you need to be passionate because people are going to know, as you said earlier, if you're passionate about something or not.
Yeah.
And as a caster, your job is to obviously explain what's going on, to people watching, but also just to keep people invested in what's going on.
Hmm.
I think if you imagined, watching esports without people casting, I think it would be a lot more boring than it is.
Why? Oh God. Like,
I mean,
yeah,
yeah,
like why would you like spectating basically?
I think casting is such an important part of esports, and
Yeah.
I've again probably the last year or so I've started trying to watch more different esports, and one of the things that people comment on a lot,
Hmm.
maybe not the most, but a lot, is the casting. I mean, it's really, unless you just mute every single, stream that you're watching, it's kind of what I mean, you're listening to it, right? That's what you're listening to
Oh
when you're
yeah.
watching esports. That's what's kind of the majority of what you're seeing and hearing, I'd say. Obviously, you're watching the gameplay, but you're hearing these people talk to you. I mean, it's the same as sports casting with baseball, football, whatever, soccer, football for Europeans, that you're watching, whatever. Sports casting is very important, I think, for people. You want to, if you're watching it and you're listening to people talk about the game and what's going on, you don't want to listen to people obviously, giving you wrong information, but also just people being, boring or not
Yeah.
entertaining to listen to. I mean,
Yeah.
so I think it's integral to being part of a caster.
And what's your perception of the overall appetite for esports casting? Like just in general. Like,
From like as from a consumer's point of view, or
well, you've talked about making a career of it, and it sounds like it's not so clear how to actually start doing that. That seems to imply to me that it's kind of it's a small. There aren't that many esports casting jobs out there.
yeah, I mean, I can't say for certain because I think I'm sure there are probably places hiring casters or maybe looking for casters, although it might be more of a sort of temporary type deal than necessarily a long term deal.
Contract, sure.
Um, because I think I've mostly looked at the bigger esports, the ones that most people know about, and but I mean esports as esports is growing, and I think that's one of the things that sort of has that I've sort of gotten more interested in it in the last couple
Hmm.
of years. I mean, it's a very quickly growing industry. I think it's a really fascinating industry, personally, and I think that it's I mean, I grew up playing video games with my friends. I
Yeah.
really like playing video games, again, very casually, not really competitive for a very long time. But I think the idea of esports itself is just very cool. I'm very interested. I like it. I think it's a cool thing.
Hmm.
And I think that, yeah, I mean, it is very hard to have a career in it, but if you do have a career in it, I think it's something that you can really do your whole life, because I don't think video games aren't going to go away. I think you know
Yeah, they're just gonna get bigger.
competitive video gaming is, yeah, it's only going to keep growing.
Yeah.
So I think it's a great industry to get into personally,
Yeah.
especially if you are passionate about video games.
Yeah. I do have this sense that what we're looking at here today is something that in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years is just going to keep getting bigger and bigger. I think
Yeah.
the shape of it might change. I don't know how. I mean, we'll just have to see. But I think that the role that things like esports play in the public interest is only going to grow over time, and there should be more casting jobs. But one question that just popped out at me while I was thinking about it is, why not make your own job? Why not run your own business and just do it out of your Twitch channel?
I mean, that's a possibility, I
That
suppose.
way you don't have to be tied
Although,
down by any specific game. People come there for you. Like, there's a huge advantage to that, and you're not subject to the whims of one contract or another.
yeah, I mean, That's something to think about. I've never really made any sort of real effort, I would say, to make streaming a full-time job or a
Hmm.
career.
It's
I think
hard.
streaming it's extremely difficult. I think streaming is awesome. I love streaming. And I think if I had the opportunity to make it into a full-time job, a career, I probably would take that opportunity, almost certainly. But I think it's one of those things that you know, you have to really have some sort of niche, but I think you also do have to get lucky in a sort of sense. Um, it's you
Hmm.
know, I think there's various different hurdles for me personally there, but in terms of you know, just kind of doing that and making it into a career, it wouldn't. I don't think I'd be able to do it by casting, just because unless there were a lot of community events that I had the opportunity to cast.
Hmm.
Um, Which I mean, maybe that exists. It certainly could, as far as I know. But I think that also the idea of being a part of an actual company, you know, and doing it professionally is also appealing to me. You know,
Hmm.
on top of that, but yeah, I mean, you know, like I haven't really tried 100% to be a streamer. I mean, that's you know, I don't really consider myself a streamer in the same sense
I get
as
that.
maybe other people do.
Yeah, I don't
But
either, even though I'm literally streaming right now.
yeah, it's you know, I mean, and I think everyone's you know perspective on things might be different, but yeah, I mean, it's not something I've actually tried for. I don't personally think I could do it. I don't know for
Why not?
sure, but well, I'm not. For one thing, I'm not very confident myself, and
No one's
like I
confident.
said, it's yeah.
I'm
I
not
mean, well,
confident. Do I seem
some people are,
confident to
but
you?
yeah, I'd say so. I mean, I you know,
I have
sure,
no
yeah.
idea what I'm doing. I'm just
Well, most people
muddling
don't have an
through.
idea what they're doing. That doesn't mean they're not confident, but um,
Yeah,
I-
exactly. Like, okay, okay, go on. What are the other barriers?
well, it's just also, you know, I don't play. I'm a very mono gamer. I really play one thing. And
I
again,
feel that.
I'm not gonna become a full time streamer playing Guild Wars 2. It's not gonna happen.
I feel that
Straight up.
stress.
You know.
I felt pressure. Just I felt a new pressure on myself this year to kind of like taste more gaming experiences so that I can be a little
Mhm.
bit more conversant in various things that are going on. I logged into Guild Wars 2 to play the Dragon Response missions just because I felt like I needed to understand what's going on.
Sure.
Um,
Yeah.
really,
Makes
even though
sense.
they don't call to me.
Yeah.
I was obsessed with Destiny for a few weeks with the new expansion, and then I started playing the new World of Warcraft expansion because I felt like it's a taste I wanted to have. I wanted to be able to participate in the overall gaming conversation, and now I'm absorbed in that. And I love mono gaming. I think it's a luxury that I can no longer afford if I want to keep doing a good job with this. So I get
Yeah.
that. I do.
Yeah. No, I mean, but again, I mean, streaming is also just a very difficult thing to do, as we sort of touched upon.
Yeah.
I think you know, you look at. I also have I'm really bad at comparing or not comparing myself to people. I guess.
Hmm.
You know, there's you know,
Comparison
I
is the
mean,
thief of joy.
you look at the top streamers on Twitch, right? And obviously, that's not something that those are the unique people, right? You know, the people that get 20,000 views or whatever daily, you know,
Hmm.
on a regular basis. That's not what you should aim for if you're trying to get into streaming, you know, but or trying to get into streaming as a full time career, I should say.
Hmm.
Uh, it's an unreal expectation, you know, but I just have a lot of trouble imagining myself being able to stream as a full time career.
Hmm.
You know, again, various different reasons. I guess it's kind of difficult to explain. It's just not really something I can
Yeah.
see myself being successful at. Although I just have a lot of trouble seeing myself being successful at anything. I think, but
Mm.
that's you know, it's just yeah.
Yeah.
Who knows? I mean, maybe one day I'll try, but
Yeah.
right now it's not really what in the cards for me. I think.
Well, my heart goes out to you, dude. I hate to pull that card. How old are you? You're in your
I'm
20s, right?
24.
24.
24. Yeah.
So you're
Yep.
24. I'm
Yep.
37. I remember what it was like to be 24. We're not the same person for sure, but I there's something there's in my experience there's a certain grace to failure. Um, Once you know you're going to fail, you're not afraid of it anymore, or you're less afraid of it. Um, I don't know if this speaks to you at all, this idea, but I can tell you why I decided to start doing this podcast. Because last year I was sitting on my thumbs playing. I had just quit playing World of Warcraft Classic because I promised myself at the outset that I was only going to play for a few months just to
Right.
re-experience it, relive my youth a little bit. I was your age when WoW Vanilla came out, um, and I put it down and I was playing some Monster Hunter or something. I'm like, what the hell am I doing with my life? Just playing Monster Hunter in a fucking corner. Like after I get back from the job that I didn't like what am I doing? Like
Mhm.
I need to. I love games, and that's okay. Like I'm just gonna let myself love games, but playing games in a corner and bouncing from community to community and not getting the experience I wanted isn't like fulfilling to me long term. So I am going to try to create something. What can I create? What's a
Mhm.
skill that I have? Well, I can talk to people. Can I
Yeah.
figure out how to talk to people on stream? Yeah, I can do that. So let's just fucking do it. I got a couple of my old gaming buddies to agree to jump on podcasts with me, and that was my way of easing into it. And we did a few shows that precisely 0 people listened to, and that's okay. Learning experience. And over
Sure.
time, what I'm doing has developed into this interview show that you're experiencing now. And early on, it was very primitive. Like there was no webcams or anything like that. I had a shitty microphone. Like we were talking about like our top 10, like our top 3 games of the decade. Like the most simple, easy grab ideas you can imagine just to make something. Um, and I don't know where it's going, but for me, just making meaning out of games
Mhm.
is something that I felt like I needed to start doing. And so when you started talking about the ERP and what you got out of it and what you wanted to channel, I got kind of excited because I kind of felt like there's we kind of shared there's something there that's kind of similar to what I feel like I experienced. And
Sure.
I just want to encourage you to chase it, whatever that looks like for you.
Well, thank you.
That's all.
And I think what you're doing is great. I mean, I love podcasts. I think they're awesome, and you are very clearly skilled at talking to people. So
Well,
I
thank
think
you.
I think that's great. And yeah, I
That
mean, chasing your dream is certainly a good aspiration, and hopefully one day I'll get there.
yeah. Yep. I There is a hazard in not chasing your dream that everyone should know about. When people are at the end of their lives, this is known. What they regret is not their mistakes, their failures. What people regret is failure to act and failure to do something that they wanted to do.
Sure. Yeah.
Um, and you got a lot of life left, so I'm sure you'll get to it. But speaking of things that maybe at the end of their lives, maybe we should get back to talking about Guild Wars a little
Oh,
bit.
what a great segue.
Oh yeah, smooth baby. So we were just talking about Guild versus Guild, which is a community made thing, and that we transitioned into talking about the ERP. Is there anything else that you want to say about Guild versus Guild before I get back to a couple other things?
I mean, there's a lot to say about it. I guess I
Okay.
for we could. I know. I'm gonna say we can sit here for hours, and you're gonna say, "Great, that's what we're doing." But when I say we can sit here for hours, I really mean we could be here
Okay.
until tomorrow,
Well, how do you
probably.
feel about Guild versus Guild being dead? Does that bum you out?
Of course it does. Yeah. Oh, I hate it. I
Tell
mean,
me about that.
I talk about how the ERP was sort of the most enjoyable, or not. I shouldn't say the most enjoyable experience I've had, but
It was
certainly
a
one of the
peak
most
moment.
unique.
Yeah.
It was. I mean, it was huge for me, and it was definitely, I think, probably the most sort of professional tournament I put on, besides maybe the MOTA. But
Hmm.
GVG has always kind of been, I guess, my heart, sort of to be a romantic,
Uh-huh.
to be poetic. But
Yeah.
it's always been the community that I think was the most important to me, that I was really a part of, that I think I kind of helped to build something myself in. And yeah, it definitely saddens me that it has sort of gotten worse. That it's really at a low point right now. It's unfortunate for sure.
Yeah.
And I wish there was something we could do, but I mean, when you look at Guild Wars 2, you look at World vs World, you look at GVG, something that really has, that I always have thought, is that the community has largely been, I think, left to their own devices by ArenaNet and sort of forced to make things their own.
Okay.
And in some ways more than others, in some places more than others. But I think that what we did as a community, at least on EU and in some ways on an A, for the GVG community, the GVG scene, I'm proud of what we did. And I think we did a really good job. I think we accomplished a lot. But there is, a certain point where without proper support, without at least a little bit of a helping hand, there's only so much we can do.
Okay.
And I think we reached that point. And I think that until something changes, the GVG scene is not going to necessarily improve.
What sort of thing would need to change?
It does come to the community a bit, and we can talk about this as well. But I think that, straight up, the absolute number one most important thing is we need a real arena for GVG.
Okay.
Every single place that you GVG currently, or that you have historically GVG that I mentioned, previously, there's an issue with them. With all of the different arenas, there's different issues, but they all have an issue. There's no perfect arena. There's no perfect place to GVG.
Yeah.
And we need one because it's extremely difficult to organize tournaments right now. The community has wanted, at least on EU, another tournament for a while. I've had a lot of people ask me, about organizing a tournament, when the next one might be, because, I was kind of the main organizer for GVG tournaments for a while. And I've said for the last probably year and a half now, until an arena comes out, I'm not doing one, because it's honestly almost more trouble than it's worth to organize a tournament. And tournaments are something that I think helps keep the GVG scene thriving and competitive, which some people might disagree with, because you usually see a lot of burnout after tournaments. But I don't think there's necessarily something wrong with that. I think that's kind of normal. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think there's ways to sort of make there be less burnout, to alleviate that pressure a little bit on groups that, that might feel it. And I think you should do that if you can, but I don't think that necessarily that a guild taking a break from the game after, really pushing themselves, trying really hard to perform in a tournament after that tournament ends, I don't think them taking a break is a bad thing. I don't think that's indicative of a failure. I think it's fine for that to happen. I think it's normal for that to happen. So I think
you also need those big
very
tentpole moments. People organize around them, like they get people excited. Without those,
and
a lot of people need those to get excited to do the stuff that's in between.
The fact that we haven't had one in a while, I think, has led to the scenes on both regions starting to slip, starting to get less competitive, starting to die. And so, I think that's a huge part of it. And also just because having a proper arena, having a place to that's where we GVG. It's obviously just going to make GVGs easier to coordinate just in general. But it also, I think, it's a nice symbol from ArenaNet, because, again, throughout all of the history of Guild Wars 2, the only time that we've ever really had ArenaNet kind of be like, yes, this is your place to GVG, is the Edge of the Mist arena that essentially really Ben created for us, Ben P. And that was one guy. He had a map artist, obviously, to help him, and I think a programmer, but, it was his sort of, initiative there that did that. So it wasn't even the company as a whole. It was essentially just a handful of developers.
A little passion project within the company.
There's a lot more that I think the community would really appreciate, and that I think the scene would definitely need to help grow. But
what's the minimum viable product? What would it take?
Like I said, that arena, I think having an actual official arena would be, the biggest and first stepping stone.
Are we talking about a custom PvP game mode? Are we talking about another section to the world versus world screen? What are we talking about?
So, obviously, you might be aware that ArenaNet has discussed in the past a 15v15 PvP mode that they sort of were thinking about working on at one point.
No.
So they've talked about it in the past. And a lot of people sort of look at that as, oh, maybe that would be for GVG. But because GVG in Guild Wars 2 is a subset of World versus World, it uses the World versus World rule set. And so obviously,
Which
the
means
PvE, so the PvE, the PvP, and the World versus World rule sets are different. PvP and World versus World are kind of similar, but they are different. And
my understanding is that the changes are mainly to do with the fact that there are different variants of skills depending on game
right,
mode.
Yeah. So some skills have different.
So would it be better to have the world v world, or is it? It's not like the world v world version of all the skills would be preferred for a
Well,
GVG
yeah,
mode.
because again, it's a subset of World versus World. It's always
Sure.
been a part of World versus World, and so to take it out of World versus World would be a mistake. And that's actually part of the reason that the Guild Hall arenas are not good for GVG, because they use the PVE rule set.
Right.
And honestly, playing in the GVG arena at this point, especially because of how many different splits we've had in terms of
Mm-hmm.
skills, playing in the arena, the Guild Hall arena, is essentially a completely different meta than playing in World versus World.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not as enjoyable. It feels worse to play because there's a lot of very strong oppressive skills that aren't nerfed in PvE that are nerfed in World versus World. I mean, World versus World specific nerfs, they were nerfed for a reason, World versus World, but they're not nerfed in PvE.
Mm-hmm.
And so it feels a lot worse to play in there. And that's one of the big reasons you can't play in the Guild Hall arena. It's pretty much the main reason.
So the
And
skills. What else?
so I mean, so yeah, if there was an arena to be
Is
created,
PVE gearing important, or would PvP style gearing be fine?
well, no. So that's another big part of it. One of the biggest things that I think is unique to GVG and World versus World in some ways, and attracted me to the game mode, and I think attracted a lot of people to the game mode, is theory crafting. And obviously, there's theory crafting that comes into PvP, but I feel as though you're limited a little bit by only being able to run an amulet. You don't have trinkets. You run one stat, and this is a little bit less of a point, I think, now than it was pre Heart of Thorns and certainly
Mm-hmm.
pre Path of Fire. But being able to sort of come up with every little bit of the build, down to the sigils, down to the infusions you run, down to the food that you use in World versus World, is a huge part of GVG. And I think it at one point certainly, and maybe now as well, it set guilds apart. Having a really competent theory crafter, having a specific person or a specific group of people that were really good at theory crafting that could come up with these really good build
Mm-hmm.
designs and compositions for a 15v15 guild GVG made certain guilds better. And I mean, you think about the top guilds in the history of the game, the best GVG guilds, and a lot of them had very prominent theory crafters that
Mm-hmm.
that people knew about, that people would say, oh, this specific guild had this specific theory crafter, and that was part of the reason why they were so successful. And that's part of the history
guild
of GVG,
wizard.
and that's
I fucking
yeah,
love that.
and that's part of, I think, the appeal of it. And so to take that away from GVG, at least in Guild Wars 2 GVG, would be a mistake as well. So yes, ideally the arena would use the World vs. World rule set, and it would use the World vs. World style of gear as well.
Okay. So how does the island in World v World now not live up to, like, what is it missing?
So the areas that you would GVG in the actual Borderlands, they
Mhm.
share a similar issue to the Edge of the Mist areas that you would fight, in that anyone can just jump in. So,
Okay.
and this is obviously part of, one of the drawbacks to the game mode not being official. It's very susceptible and
To
has had
griefing.
history of griefing. And this is also one of the reasons why the GVG scene died this last summer, was getting very horribly griefed. And so if you're out in the Borderlands, you're in Edge of the Mists, potentially anybody can just run in and mess up your fight,
Mhm.
and just screw with you and stop and really prevent you from being able to play properly and really have an enjoyable experience. So that is one of the bigger issues with those areas. The other really big issue with specifically the Borderland areas, apart from the fact that they're limited by the landscape. So
Mhm.
there's hills, there's different, like, various rocks or plants or whatever that you can get caught on. Which, and I know it might sound kind of boring to some people, but essentially the perfect place to GVG is just a flat piece of ground, with nothing else, just flat.
So
And
is GVG just a brawl?
essentially, yeah, I mean, it's team deathmatch, essentially.
Okay.
But so
Wasn't
apart from
GVG
that,
in Guild Wars 1, wasn't it more objective based?
yes, it was, like I said, they're very different. They're not the same at all. Not
Okay.
the same sort of game
Okay.
mode at all. And we can get into this. I know I've said this many times now. GVG is way more complex than it sounds, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
But so the other big issue with the Borderland specific areas is that you're limited to fighting people in your matchup. So as
Mhm.
I mentioned before, you're put
Yeah.
into a week-long matchup. So if you're fighting in the Borderlands, you can only fight groups from the other two servers you're against. So
Hmm.
if I'm on server X and I'm fighting server Y and Z, I can't fight guilds from servers A through W, right?
Makes
So
sense.
that's very limited.
Hmm.
Edge of the Mists, there's like I said, there's a couple different areas in Edge of the Mist, and of course the arena as well. Edge of the Mist is a little bit better because you're split into different color groups in Edge of the Mists. So
Okay.
there's 3 colors in World versus World. There's red, blue, and green.
Hmm.
And so what Edge of the Mist does is it takes all the green servers and it puts them on one team. All the red servers puts them on one team. All the blue servers and puts them on one team. So
Hmm.
if you're on a green server, you could fight anyone that's on a red or a blue server,
Hmm.
obviously on your region. But again, that means you can't fight anyone that's the same color as you. And again, if you're in Edge of the Mist, you're very susceptible to being griefed. The landscape of the areas is not really very good for GVGing, and so there's a lot of issues there.
Okay. Okay. So I'm hearing access is an issue.
Yep.
So just being able to play the people you want to play against. Control of the arena is an issue. So the ability to make sure only combatants enter or leave. Um, and outside of that, of course, the world v world variant of gear and skills. What else?
And I mean, this is something that's very similar to, I'd say right now, I mean, even PvP, certainly raiding, being in Guild Wars 2, if you want to be the best at something, a lot of the reason you're doing that is just that self-motivation, as we
Hmm.
talked about before. And that's obviously very true for GVG. There is no no reward whatsoever for it. The only
Hmm.
thing you're getting is you can say to yourself and to other people you GVG with, I am the best at this or whatever.
Hmm.
My guild is better than your guild, whatever. And so some sort of real reward for it would be really nice.
Sure.
Whether those are some sort of automated tournament system like PvP now has,
Would be
something that's
dope.
unique to the game mode. And obviously, I think World versus World suffers from this sort of thing as well. And like I said, I mean, rating certainly has its similar issues there. I think some sort of leaderboards, like official leaderboards for GVG, for rating, for fractals, and I mean, I don't know if you're
Leaderboards,
aware,
man.
bit of a meme, the fractal
Yeah.
leaderboards, yeah. Uh, you know, Obviously dungeons are very dead right now, but dungeon speedrunning, some sort of leaderboard for that would have been great. I think being able to go to somewhere, because right now you could go to Heart of the Mists, right, and there's you could see the statues of the monthly winners or whatever. And obviously that changes every month, but that's
That's
still
very
that's still
cool.
significant.
I like that a
If
lot.
there was something in game that said historically Team Aggression, they had the best win rate out of any GVG guild ever for official GVGs. If there was
Hmm.
somewhere to see that, that would be awesome. If
Or like
you could
tournament
say,
statues, things like that.
yeah, I mean something like that would be great because uh, you know as someone who has played this game mode very competitively at the top levels of competition, and
Hmm.
maybe that's not saying much because again it's a small community running game mode, but I'm still proud of it. As
Hmm.
someone who's done that, you have to have that self motivation, and that self motivation only lasts so long. And I mean, I still have it in some ways, and it has lasted me a very long time. It's lasted a lot of players and guilds and groups of people a long time. But there's a certain point where you will get burnt out, where you will have a lot of trouble finding that motivation and pushing yourself, especially when every GVG, every tournament, every part of the community has to be driven fully and 100% by the community. It's
Hmm.
very difficult to do.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
exhausting.
I genuinely think there was a point where I was working full time, but I was putting more work and effort into organizing tournaments in Guild Wars
Yeah,
2 and GVGs and
I'll bet.
working on the community and helping to build it up. And part of that is honestly my job didn't require very much, but I also just think that's how much I had to do, and
Mhm.
it's not just me by any means, but me and a lot of other people had to do and put work into and put effort into making
Absolutely.
the community as is.
Yeah,
And
I've been involved
like I
in a
said,
few different like community organized leagues and across different games. PlanetSide is a game I play that has a completely community run 6 versus 6 league with
mhm,
very minimal support from the studio, and they're always barking for more. Um, the
yes,
the beer league I told you about is entirely community run. Like there's
yep.
nothing Valve doesn't even know about it. Um, and in every single case in those situations, people who actually run those things, it's a tremendous amount of unpaid work to do that.
It is. And, I think, as you mentioned, just the examples you gave, there's similar stories like this all over the place
Hmm.
in Guild Wars 2 and in other games and other scenarios and stuff. But I think something that really sort of speaks to me is that historically, GVG has kind of been shunned by ANET, by the general Guild Wars 2 community. And so to not only have to go through all this effort and work, to not only have to find this self-motivation to continue
Mm.
producing this content and trying to make it better, you also have to kind of live with the fact that you're almost like this shunned black sheep of the family that
Mm.
people just want to shit on. And that, it feels almost like the company, like ArenaNet, would almost prefer if we didn't exist. And I think there's other communities and other sort of game modes that feel this way in the game. And I know that ArenaNet as a company they don't have some vendetta against GVG, I hope, but it does and has felt like that at sometimes. And
Mm-hmm.
that's a horrible feeling to
Yeah.
have, to be playing this game mode, to this thing that you love, that you're so passionate about for years, and not only never getting support, but essentially getting the opposite of that, just feels really
Yeah.
bad. And it honestly has depressed me in the past, and it's very unfortunate, and I think it's a real shame. And again, I don't want to make it seem like GVG is the only thing that's experienced this. World vs. World as a whole has. I think raiding has. PvP has.
Yeah.
And I think that it's a real shame, and it really shows that just overall in the game, I think Arena has kind of dropped the ball when it comes to community initiatives, when it comes to supporting parts of the community that have existed or do exist.
Right.
And it's just, I think it's a shame. I think it's disappointing.
Yeah, I hear that. I hear that it's difficult to be the standard bearer of something that's not widely accepted when it takes a huge amount of effort, and the result of it is only, all the rewards are only intrinsic, and they're constantly compromised by uh, uh, it being a small community in the first place.
Yeah.
And the fact that there's a much larger community of casual players out there who are happy to just laugh at you because uh, live service games just have this emergent phenomenon of people who prefer, who take out their negative feelings on other people who play the game.
Yeah.
Like, I think the classic example is the period after Heart of Thorns, when there was a content drought for everybody except for raiders, and the amount of vitriol generated by the underserved PvP, World v World, and casual PvE communities, especially
Yeah.
against
Yeah.
people who were just raids were a new thing. Like, and there are a lot of other examples of that too. It's really unfortunate. And my sense is that ArenaNet, and I'm sure most developers in general, don't so much have a vendetta against anyone playing a specific game mode, but they're, I think, rightfully afraid about there being these centers of public resentment around parts of their game.
Yeah.
And I think that makes them hesitant to do, I would imagine that it would make them hesitant to do things like put in little nods, like a 15v15 PvP game mode. We saw the guild arenas come in, and I'm positive that when you saw those in the teasers leading up to Heart of Thorns, that those were a
Yeah.
big moment for guild versus guild. That was like,
Yep.
oh my god, is this actually happening?
Yep.
And
then it was another letdown.
yeah, and there are just huge problems with it, the PvE rule set and everything else. And all these other little nods of where you say Ben was able to help get this kind of arena stubbed in World v World, but it has, there's huge limitations, which is something that it just take a large amount of effort and resources to overcome. And it's a complicated dynamic between the developers who honestly care about the game and the community playing it, like the Ben P's out there, and I'm sure there are many more that we don't even know about.
Yeah. Absolutely.
The people who are passionate about playing a game but not getting what they want yet, and the decision makers within a game studio who are trying to synthesize all those things. And let's be honest, the silent majority of people who don't speak with their on programs like these and don't show up to the Reddit, but they speak with their feet and with their dollars.
Yeah.
It's very complicated, but I definitely, and I ranted about this when I met with Raka a couple weeks ago. I definitely think that the solution to these kinds of things is not a world versus world game mode. It's not putting out more raids, although those things could be part of it, but just communication. What are you doing? What do you what how should the community be enjoying your game? What can we
Yeah.
expect? Hey, guild versus guild's not really on our radar. We think it's a great part of the legacy of Tyria. We don't see it going forward. Let people move on.
Yeah.
Or say it's something we've always wanted to do. We don't know if it's going to be possible. But it's
Yeah.
not going to happen within the next whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
Um
No.
and is that a result of, is it a policy, or is that an emergent, or is that failure to communicate an emergent phenomenon? And if so, what does it emerge from? Does it emerge from constantly changing leadership, or does it or does it emerge from technical limitations, or just literally the studio not being focused on Guild Wars as a primary future initiative? There are so many things to unpack and so many uncertainties, even from someone sitting in your position who's been a community insider for years and years. I can't even imagine. And I understand why you would feel reluctant to respond to the call to do another tournament.
Yeah. And it's, I mean, it's not necessarily that I don't want to or I don't have the motivation to as much, but it is also, again, we are limited by various different things. But I do think I am slightly burnt out in Guild Wars 2 as well. I certainly was over the summer.
Mhm.
I lacked a lot of motivation to play the game, to be as involved with the community, with streaming and stuff. But I think, as you said, we've seen this sort of, examples of this with the raids being released during HUT and stuff versus the content drought for everything else. And ArenaNet just not being great at communicating in general and historically for sure. And I certainly don't want to just, completely bash ANET and just place all the blame on ArenaNet or whatever, because it's not 100%, on them. I think, there have been some instances where the community has dropped the ball as well a bit, various different communities. But, I do think it is important to think about. I mean, as you said, why are these things happening? Is this some sort of emergent behavior? Is this reaction to ArenaNet doing something? I personally think it's a lot of different things. I think also the development of the game for a really long time has sort of gone more casual. It's kind of been in the direction of a more casual game. And I think that, you're not exactly encouraged to play the game in a hardcore fashion, in a competitive fashion, putting a lot of time and effort into it. And I actually almost think it's funny, that, you sort of say, well, Arena needs to communicate, hey, GVG was something that was cool, but we're not really going to look into it. In a way, I think they kind of have done that before, but, we're just very stubborn and we keep doing it ourselves. So, again, that's kind of, us doing it to ourselves. But
Yeah, well, maybe that's it right there. Like, communication can come many forms, and sometimes silence is communication.
Yeah, but at the same time, I do feel, and of course, I don't know the specific limitations Arena has to deal with, but to me personally, creating some sort of space for GVG, even if you don't want to support the game mode, I don't think that should be something that is impossible to do, that requires very much, that would be a terrible thing for the company to do, whether they view it as themselves or various parts of the Guild Wars 2 community view it. So, I think it's a little hard for me to accept, I think, if ArenaNet was to say, we just aren't interested in supporting GVG or whatever, because I think there's, it's very obvious that there is or at least has been, a large community, even maybe not large compared to, the number of people playing Guild Wars 2, but still a large, well put together community, active community that really wants this to happen, that is really interested. And again, I mean, creating a space for that to happen, even if you're not fully and completely supporting the game mode, I think is not something that's difficult to do. I think it's a huge boon to this community. And I think this is represented in, again, raids, PvP, etc. And I just think it's been a mistake, honestly, that they haven't exploited. I think that ArenaNet really should have and could have gone in many different directions with Guild Wars 2 that they didn't go in. And I think it's again, it's just a shame that they didn't do it. They're, right now Guild Wars 2 is successful. They're making money. They're doing a good enough job. Obviously, we had the layoffs last year, and that was really unfortunate. But
Mm-hmm.
I think they've kind of recovered from that, and I think that they, for them, they're doing something. They're moving in a fine direction. I think for people like me, for people like Teapot, it's disappointing, but we've kind of done that to ourselves. And yet at the same time, I think a lot of us sort of see the potential Guild Wars 2 had. We sort of see what it could have been,
Mm-hmm.
and now what it is instead, and we're just saddened by that. And maybe we do it to ourselves. Maybe it's our fault. Maybe we shouldn't have had these expectations. Maybe we should just say, well, it is what it is, and we move on. But you know what? I mean, Guild Wars 2 is a great game, and it is very unique in a lot of ways. It's very difficult to move on from, I think, for a lot of people. And I mean, I don't want to move on from it. I want to keep playing Guild Wars 2. I want to keep putting passion and effort and resources and time into it and stuff. But at some point, if there isn't going to be any sort of reciprocation from ArenaNet, I can't keep doing that. It's not something that I can just keep doing. So it's a lot of different stuff.
Yeah.
But,
cast not pearls before swine.
Sure.
Okay. So a few interesting things in that I think might be interesting to kind of riff off of. I agree with your message about personal accountability. Like, we can't live in the land of furnace taken, of ArenaNet is the worst and they destroyed my life. We all have to decide how we want to engage with the world around us. And the world, unlike video game worlds, the world is not made for us. And many, of course, to varying degrees. And I see that with the Hard Stuck set going on right now, where there's this very public choice to be like, hey, I'm just going to embrace what I love, and I'm not going to worry about what I don't. I think I take a little bit of a different stance on it. I think it's possible to take accountability and recognize what's good and also learn from what's bad. The trick is to learn about it, but not get stuck in it. And the GVG mode the idea of GVG seems like one of those things that some people are stuck on. And maybe many more have become unstuck. I don't know. I wanted to ask you earlier, when talking about some of the technical requirements that would be needed to make a GVG mode work. Like, just put yourself in the shoes of, let's say the End of Dragons feature set is being revealed. By the way, shout out to VCore, who just hosted the stream. What's up, folks?
Hey,
my name is Deeg. I'm here with Roy. We're talking about a game called Guild Wars 2. And we're ranting a little bit. We're just going to lean in. So yeah, kick back and enjoy. And what's up, Lex? Good seeing you again, as always. So talking about I got to be better about writing down what I was talking about before I thank someone for a host. I always get
about limitations with the End of Dragons.
Oh yeah, okay. Right? Put yourself in the shoes of someone seeing these like End of Dragons feature set, and let's say that one of the things that they announced is that they're introducing the ability to make 15v15 custom PvP lobbies. So and a selection of appropriate arenas, and let's say that they actually have something there that is usable, and for something that resembles the open field format of world versus world. It doesn't have the world v world rule set in terms of skills, and it doesn't have the world v world build craft. You'd be stuck with PvP rules. Is that something that you would embrace on behalf of the guild versus guild community, or would it still not be enough?
So this discussion has happened a lot actually in the community, I think, and I guess the only way to say that is yes and no. So not only, first of all, the two things you mentioned in terms of the world versus world buildcraft and the rule set are not the only issue that PvP offers
Mm-hmm.
in terms of trying to GVG.
Okay.
And this is actually, I mentioned before, Arena has talked a little bit about trying to create a 15v15 sort of arena or game mode for PvP. And the biggest or the reason they haven't really released it yet, because there's a map, I think, that I know of. I've heard that there's an actual map that's there, or they had a map that was created or something. But the reason that they haven't released it is because they are unable to implement squads into PvP. They're unable to get the party UI into PvP. So right now, if you go into a PvP arena, a custom arena,
Yeah.
you can have 10 people on each side, but they're all in one party. So
Mm-hmm.
there's no difference there in party. And having all 15 people in one party is a very big limiter in terms of trying to GVG,
And
and in
it's because the
terms
way
of
that buff sharing and stuff
copying
like
world
that
versus world.
works.
Exactly, yeah, because it's usually limited to 5 people party.
That's wild
Have,
to me that that's such a huge problem, because we see it in like dragon response missions too, and strikes, right? Where
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
don't put you in a party, which seems completely ridiculous.
Yeah, and so that would be one big issue if that was actually a thing. All that aside, though, would I personally sort of embrace this? Would some people in the GVG personally embrace it? I definitely think some people would give it a try. I think that some people would like it, but the thing is, maybe I'm selfish or spoiled or whatever, and fair enough. But I don't really see why you would sort of change something that isn't broken. Historically, throughout all of Guild Wars 2, since the beginning of the release of Guild Wars 2 to now, GVG and Guild Wars 2, again, GVG specific to Guild Wars 2, not
Mm-hmm.
Guild Wars 1, was a subset of World versus World. It hasn't always been 15v15. There were times where it was 20v20 or 25v25. And again, the meta, the gameplay of GVG and stuff has definitely changed. It's definitely evolved. And it's very different from the first iteration, but it's still always been a part of World versus World. And to me, to try and make it into something different, to try and create this PvP lobby for it, I just don't see the point. I don't personally. If someone from Arena was like, hey, we have this idea, we want to make a custom arena in PvP for 15s, I would tell them just not to waste their time, because I don't see the point to. I mean, for GVG, maybe other people are interested in that,
Yeah.
and fair enough.
I think if it were
that could be a
done,
thing.
probably they
But
wouldn't use the word GVG to talk about it.
yes,
And
I
I
agree.
think the hope would be that it would attract its own audience that would
Yes.
would have some overlap with people who play GVG. And it sounds like for you, you're the purist.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's not exactly I'm a purist. To be honest, I just don't think it would be that fun, especially considering the
Okay.
limitations it has. I think without the party setups, it doesn't really make sense. It wouldn't really be enjoyable. It would kind of just be a cluster
Okay.
of nonsense. But yeah, I'm sure there are people that would enjoy it, and I'm not saying it couldn't happen. It shouldn't happen, and it would be a terrible idea. Maybe it would be fine. Maybe it would be fun for some people. But as far as I'm concerned, and I think for some people, and again, I can't speak for the entire GVG community, but I think for some people, it wouldn't be considered GVG, and at least not for Guild Wars 2 GVG. And so I don't exactly see the point. I'm not really, I think it would be the wrong direction to go in if you're trying to support GVG. I mean, it would be kind of like if ArenaNet was like, oh, we're going to try and support raids by making dungeons 10-man instead of 5 content, It's just not the same thing. And especially because right now, dungeons, they're not really good content, and making it 10-man instead of 5 would actually probably be worse.
Yeah.
You go
in
But
the other direction with that.
it's just not really, I think, what makes sense for GVG if you're trying to support the community. And
I see.
I mean, again, I think there are very obvious, simple things that you could do to support the GVG community if you wanted to. Making a 15v15 custom arena in PvP is not one of them.
I see.
Maybe it
I
would be
see.
good for the community. Maybe it would be a fun thing to do, and yeah, that's fine. I don't have a problem with it. I mean, I don't want to stand in someone else's way. It's just like with raids, as you mentioned before, the responses around Heart of Thorns. Just because another game mode or another group or whatever is getting support, that doesn't mean that I should shit on them. I should be like, oh no, they shouldn't get that because I haven't. And so of course I'm not going to do that. But yeah, for me personally, no, I wouldn't really be interested in that.
Okay. Fair enough. Makes sense. Yeah, this is the GVG stuff is something that I have no exposure to at all. So I'm learning a lot here from this conversation.
A lot of people don't.
Yeah. It seems like you kind of, I would imagine, need to either see someone like you doing it on stream in order to get interested, or to stumble into one of those guilds that does it. And I imagine that would happen out in normal World v World gameplay.
Well, that's why I think it's also really important to sort of keep it in World versus World, because I think World versus World and GVG feed off of each other. I
Okay.
think that when World versus World was really healthy, it made GVG healthier and vice versa. Because if you think about PvP, right? You look at, Team USA, the best team on NA. You look at Rank 55 Dragons, the best team sort of on the EU, right? A lot of people will look to those teams. A lot of people will look to those players to sort of shape the meta, to sort of be like, okay, this is how you play the game. And obviously, there's a lot of, there's more people than that influence this. A lot of streamers, a lot of build sites, whatever. But that's sort of how I think of GVG influencing World versus World. But also, if you think World versus World, when World versus World is really healthy, I think that it makes it easier for GVG guilds to exist, because they're going to be recruiting from that World versus World population usually.
Right.
They're going to be getting those players. And also, when GVG is healthier, a lot of the people who GVG, they're World versus World players, right? You're not going to be going from PvEing to GVGing usually. You're going to be going from World versus World to GVG for the most part.
Right.
And so when GVG is really healthy, you have all these sort of, I'd say, higher echelon of players, really hardcore players. When they're all really trying to be competitive and they're playing a lot and they're very active, they're going to be playing in World versus World as well.
Yeah,
and a
trying
lot of those
out builds and hanging out with their friends.
They're the ones that really drive a large portion, in my opinion, of the community on both regions. That you'll see a lot of those. Like, there used to be, you would go into an open world, an open field group, 50, 60 people, and you'd see a lot of tags that you would recognize from various GVG guilds, from those really high-end guilds, and you don't see that as much anymore, or at least you see it from guilds that are long since dead. And so I think it's really important for those two game modes to sort of exist at the same time and both be healthy, because they feed off of each other. And I think that's something that is really important. I also think in terms of understanding GVG, and this is sort of Guild Wars 2 as a whole, it's kind of a difficult spectator sport, Guild Wars 2, but GVG especially. Yeah. I mean, I'll be the first to admit, GVG is not very easy to watch. It looks like complete nonsense. I mean, it's 15 people going into 15 people. As you said, it's just team deathmatch. It's head-to-head. There's a lot of huge animations going on. Even casting it, it's not always the easiest thing to see what's going on, unless you've played in a GVG, unless you've been a part of that group. And there's very different levels to it, too, because there's GVG at the very low level, casually, and there's GVG at the very high-end level, all the way at the top. And they're two different things, honestly. Unless you've done that, it's very difficult to understand what's going on. It's very difficult to understand GVG, I think, as a whole. And that's part of the reason why, you said and I said that, a lot of people they don't have the greatest understanding or idea of GVG. And that's not to sort of be like, oh, we're superior or we're better, we're so much smarter than you or anything like that. It's just, unless you've done it, I think it's hard to understand, and it's hard to sort of see what's going on. And that's the same for, I think, Guild Wars 2 in general.
Oh, yeah? In what way?
Not just unique. Yeah. Well, I think so. I mean, I think with Conquest, right? And this was something that Teapot really wanted to sort of try and change with the MODA. It's not the easiest game mode to watch. Obviously, you can look at Conquest and you say, okay, there's these points. They have to get to 500 points to win. You get points for holding nodes. You get points for killing people, right? That's fine. But knowing every single little skill, every single little interaction, all the different conditions, all the different boons, how boons can convert to conditions and vice versa, unless you've played the game for a long time, and I think this is the same for a lot of games, but for Guild Wars 2, really, it's not really the best thing to watch.
It has a legibility problem.
It's not the most intuitive thing. And so I think it does suffer from that. But I mean, definitely World versus World and GVG, especially because there's no real spectate mode. It's very difficult to watch and see anything except for just a bunch of people running into each other with a ton of flashy animations, And I understand that, and I accept that, and I think that's part of the reason why GVG has had a harder time sort of growing as well. But
yeah, it's linked in many ways to the success of World versus World, and it's just, as a spectator sport, it leaves something to be desired, which is something it shares with all Guild Wars spectator sports in many ways.
Yeah.
I think one of the strengths of the ERP is that the focus is in some ways less on what the characters are doing and more on the mechanics that are occurring, which are kind of easy to see usually, and what the bosses are doing. you can kind of tell what is going on and how a group is doing just by looking at their health bars, like how many people are dead.
Sure. Yeah.
And I guess there would be that in like a GVG mode, but again, because what you're achieving is a little easier to track, and the progress being made towards it is easier to narrate and to understand. Um, I ran into something similar to this when I was doing my casting with Team Fortress Classic earlier this year, where the basic game mode is capture the flag, and
Right.
both teams are trying to capture each other's flag at the same time. And so there's two objectives at all times in the map. And so I had to solve the problem in my casting of how do I keep people interested in what's going on when I can only look at one flag at a time. And my solution to that problem was bring in a co-caster, pipe his
Yep.
POV over to me, and show it on my stream at the same time.
Yeah.
Right, which is what you do. And I did a bunch of other stuff too, but like and I don't really want to necessarily get into a big discussion about animations and stuff like that. Like whatever,
Sure.
it's kind of is what it is. But yeah, I hear you. I wonder. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. We're getting to about the 2 hour point, and I need to take a piss.
All right. No
So
worries.
I'm gonna take a couple minutes. I'm gonna
Okay.
put an intermission screen up. I will leave
Okay.
the mic open if you want to talk to the chat, Roy. You feel free to do so.
Sure.
I'll be
Absolutely.
back in a flash.
All right.
I'm
No worries.
probably going to hit the add button to see. And actually, I don't have that set up on my setup, so that won't happen. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right, Chad. It's just you and me. What's up, Poxy? How you doing, man? What's up, Ken? Full screen Roy's cam. Whoa. Guys, please. Gotta calm down. I hope you guys are enjoying so far. This is a lot of fun. I think Deeg's great, personally. It's a great interview. Yeah, it's awesome. I'm really enjoying this. This sort of stuff is really fun to me, I think. And it's been very, yeah. It's been all over the place. I'll be honest. I wasn't expecting. I was thinking we were going to focus a little bit more on World versus World, but I'm not disappointed at all. It's a very nice conversation so far, and I hope you guys are all having a lovely evening. And for the people who aren't watching this live, hope you're all doing well. Hope you're taking care of yourselves. No, you can. Yeah, no, I agree to some extent, Palxy. I'm not. Maybe Deeg will ask me about this at some point. I don't know, but yeah, I don't necessarily think that putting a lot of effort and resources into GVG right now is necessarily going to be fruitful. Um, like I was saying though, I think just creating an arena for GVG isn't something that requires very much. I would think it doesn't. I mean, again, I don't know. I'm not a developer, but I would like to assume that it's something that's pretty doable, and I think it's something that doesn't require a lot, and it doesn't necessarily mean that much to people outside the GVG community. But that single change, I think, is integral to having GVG be sort of possible at this point. But yeah. But I mean, it is what it is. Yeah, it is what it is. I'm sure we'll get to something like that at some point. Oh, here he is. The man, the myth, the legend. D is back. Hello.
Hey,
Welcome back.
I'm back and feeling much better. Thank you, everyone, for your
Nice.
patience.
Oh,
Nature calls.
of course.
Did I miss anything good?
No, we missed you though.
Oh, well, that really touches me, Roy. Thank you. By the way, I want to throw a shout out to the chat. I am watching you guys, and if questions do come up, I want to encourage you to throw them out there. I may not work them in right away, but I will always try to get to most things that come up. So definitely know that I'm watching that as we're having a big, well, hopefully big brain discussion. We'll see what people think. So I kind of feel like, Roy, at this point, I've had my curiosity mostly satisfied about Guild versus Guild. I definitely had the most to learn there in terms of what's going on, because again, I've never been involved.
Yep.
Oh no, I just thought of a tangent. Okay, this is my problem. So I was diagnosed with ADHD earlier this year, and that made a lot of things suddenly make sense.
Right. Okay.
Do you know about ADHD?
A little bit, not.
Okay.
Not a
So
ton.
I didn't know much about it till I learned. And here's one of the things I learned about it is that it basically means that, generally speaking, my brain operates at a dopamine deficit compared to people who don't have ADHD. And what that results in is literally like just your brain being in a more dormant state than most people. And so what people who have ADHD do usually is they're constantly trying to shock their brain into waking up. They're constantly trying to get their brain into an activated state. And what that can look like is substances, my caffeine, right?
Right.
Or others, more interesting ones. Cocaine is one of the most effective treatments for ADHD that I have not tried. But, that's what I've heard.
Okay.
For me, I think what it kind of resulted in over the years before I learned about it is a fascination with ideas and wanting to jump to them a lot of the time. So that's why you'll hear me be so interested in tangents all the damn time.
I'm all about it personally.
This tangent, I was going to transition away from Guild versus Guild, talking about more general world versus world stuff. But I think that there's maybe a little bit more there that I would be interested in sounding out. And it's not so much about the nuts and bolts of the problem or about the history or the drama. And it's more about the overall role that communities and games have in situations like this. I remember when I was talking to a streamer, a PlanetSide streamer named Aflick. He's a pretty sweaty, try-hard kind of PlanetSide player. Really good. Like, I think his claim to fame was that he had like 2 million kills with a single weapon.
Wow.
Which was huge, like a huge amount of dedication to a specific weapon. And the developers of that game eventually turned around and gave him a gold skinned version of it that only he has.
Wow, that's awesome.
As kind of like a one-off thing. Yeah, it was a neat moment for the community and for him. And he talked to me a little bit about that game's choices when it comes to engaging with more competitive flavors of PlanetSide. And I don't know if you know what PlanetSide is, but it's kind of like World versus World with guns.
Right. Okay.
It's a 3-factioned, territory-based, objective-based shooter with combined arms. That means there's tanks and planes involved too.
Okay.
And forever, PlanetSide has just been this sandbox of you go to a continent, there are many, many bases you can capture, and there are rules about progressing from one base to the next, like there are lattice lines and things like that. But for years and years and years, there was no officially anointed competitive version of this game where you can play it in a more small, controlled format like GVG or even like PvP Conquest. And over years, what happened is the community created for themselves what they kind of call now is the PlanetSide Infantry League, which is a 6v6 heads-up deathmatch format where two teams fight over one objective, essentially. And there are points that are awarded for kills, and points are awarded for objective captures, and the highest total wins. And this community has organized these tournaments, and they've developed streaming tools and overlays to go with it. So they have an official presentation. They have casters and commentators and analysts, and just a huge amount of work has gone in. All the stuff I'm sure you're very familiar with to make this happen. They actually stage these events on a a non-live version of the of PlanetSide. That's where access is given out by developers to specific people. People get accounts to it, and the developers have liaised with the community to kind of regulate that kind of access.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So the most that developer has done for that community is give access to a server. And even then, there are still serious limitations about what they can do. Because oftentimes different groups will want to use the same space on the server at the same time, and you can't do that. So there's a lot of negotiation and workarounds that occur. And also, let's just be honest, like the game of PlanetSide is designed to be played with 1,000 players split up among 3 factions. Most places in PlanetSide are not designed for 6 versus 6 infantry battles. And if those players had their druthers, they would have their own arenas that were made for them. Right. Which makes sense, right? Similar to what you're talking about with guild versus guild and having it be the same format.
Sure.
And one of the things I talked with Aflic about is, well, where is it good that the community decides and runs its own thing? And where is it good that a game studio steps in? Because I think that there actually is some really cool stuff that can happen when the community is in charge of running a game that makes sense to them and setting up their own rule sets. And I think there are some serious drawbacks to having a game mode that must be at the largest scale and have direct developer involvement and constant rebalancing and things like that. Anyway, It's just a vague thought about, like, are there some good things that have come out of this being a community-run game mode? Could you see some downsides of having something like this actually be officially adopted and maybe turn into something else? What do you think about that idea?
It's very interesting, first of all. I guess to me, I'm going to be a little bit biased, obviously, being a GVG player, right?
Given.
And having put in all this work and stuff and want into it. And I do think it's a little harder for me to kind of see where it would be better for just a community to run something themselves.
Okay.
But at the same time, I can see in some ways because, let's say from the very start, Arena had implemented GVG as an official game mode. Maybe it would look absolutely nothing like what we have in GVG today because, again, GVG and Guild Wars 2 is nothing like GVG and Guild Wars 1. GVG and Guild Wars 1, as you said, had all these very complex, different sort of goals that you had to complete. There were. It wasn't just team deathmatch. It was kind of similar to capture the flag in some ways. You had to kill the enemy guild lord. There were enemy NPCs involved. And so maybe GVG and Guild Wars 2, if Arena had decided to develop it, maybe it would have just been a different PvP game mode. And so that right there, for me personally, I love GVG and Guild Wars 2. I think that GVG and Guild Wars 2 is a very cool subset of World versus World. It is at its heart, it is just team deathmatch. But personally, and having done so, having been in multiple different groups, I think leading a GVG guild, at least right now, maybe not always, but certainly historically has been, is one of the most difficult things you can do in Guild Wars 2. It is extremely challenging to lead a guild, and it is extremely challenging to, at the highest level, beat another guild in GVG. And I think doing that is a great accomplishment, but, maybe if GVG hadn't been like it is now, that wouldn't necessarily be the same thing, because GVG and Guild Wars 1, I think it takes a lot of team coordination. It takes all the individual players being really good at what they're doing. They have specific roles, they have specific jobs, working together very well. GVG and Guild Wars 2 has that as well, but there's a lot, at least in the current meta, there's a lot of emphasis put on the leader or the driver of the group, right? They're the ones calling all the shots,
right?
Usually. They're the ones driving the actual movement of the group. They're the ones that are kind of setting the pace of the fight. And so that emphasis wouldn't necessarily be placed on the leader of the group if GVG wasn't how it is now in Guild Wars 2. So
Hmm.
there's absolutely ways that I think the community basically creating this game mode out of nothing
Hmm.
and running it, I think is great because we've been able to, we've made it our own thing. And I think that's awesome. But at the same time, I think we've made it our own thing. But, when I think the distinction that you were talking about between when it's good for the community to run something and when it's good for the developers to run something, I think it's really good for a community or subsets of communities to sort of create different game modes, various different tournaments and stuff. But I think usually, for those sort of initiatives, those sort of things to be really successful and feel really good consistently, there should be some developer input. There should be some support from the developers, even if it's again a very in a small way. I not to I don't want to sound like I'm bragging here, but I have an NPC in game, right?
Hmm.
And it was, it
Tell us about
it's
the
in Obsidian.
NPC. Everyone needs to know about this.
It's in Obsidian Sanctum, which
Uh-huh.
is a kind of again that sort of symbol of GVG.
Right.
It sells the permanent Ascalonian Mage tonic, which also is kind of a symbol of GVG. And so that sort of thing, obviously, it was a kind of a nod to me, which personally I don't think I deserve, by the way, but it kind of was a nod to me. But it also, I think, was a bit of a nod to the World vs. World and the GVG community because
Uh-huh.
it's this symbol of World vs. World and GVG that I think a lot of people recognize.
Uh-huh.
And I think that's awesome. And it goes back to Ben creating this Edge of the Mist Arena as well. That sort of small gesture was really impactful and really important to a lot of the GVG community.
Yeah, I bet you gave a
And
lot
I
of people
think
something to hang on to when they were looking when they didn't have anything, or
so,
they might not have had much before that.
yeah, I think the GVG community being completely community driven, completely community run, I think that's fine. I think in this scenario, maybe that's even better than if it was an official game mode. But again, just sort of going back to what I was saying, where we've not only haven't really had any support, but we've almost been shunned in some way by not just the developers, but also other parts of the community, I think is a
Yeah.
shame because I think it has hindered the growth of the scene. I think that, again, if we had had just a little bit of support, if we had an official or a real arena to play in, if, some of the tournaments we've run had better support, if, balance was more consistent and better, but of course that's a much broader thing as well, then I think we would have been able to what Poxy just said in chat, it's less about supporting but more about giving people tools to work with.
Right.
If the GVG community had been given those tools to work
Mm.
with because every single tournament we've done, we've had to do everything ourselves. We've had to work with the tools we had that weren't even designed for us and that are very poorly designed to begin with. It makes it much more difficult. It makes it much harder. So yes, there's absolutely a distinction between, I think GVG being a community game mode is awesome. I think that the way it is now is awesome. And it probably would look different if it was an official game mode. Not necessarily worse. Maybe it wouldn't be worse. Maybe it would be fun too. It probably would be fun. Maybe it would be better. I don't know. Again, I think that's sort of a perspective thing because some people prefer the style of Guild Wars 1 GVG more than Guild Wars 2 GVG. But it is what it is. I think how it is now is awesome. But I think having had more support, even little nudges in the right direction, just giving us some better tools to work with would have
Yeah.
made a huge difference and
Yeah,
been
that's
very
clear.
impactful.
Yeah, I guess the reason the whole like I think this prompt for me is kind of informed by what I kind of consider one of my formative gaming experiences, um, which was back, in the ancient depths of the internet in the early 2000s when I was playing this Team Fortress Classic game that I've talked about. And for me, I on a dial-up modem started playing this multiplayer mod for Half-Life 1. I started seeing clan names. I asked somebody, I got invited to a clan. I started playing a match. I thought, holy shit, this is cool. Figure out voice communication software. Uh, Next summer, my family upgrades to a DSL connection. So suddenly I can like play for real. And I just start meeting people online. And I'm fascinated by this phenomenon of connecting to people this way.
Hmm.
And I end up, there's drama ensues, as it always does. I say, screw this place. I'm going to make my own. And I made my own, what it's called a clan in that
Hmm.
game. And that word clan is not something that was written by anyone who made the game. It was written by the community. And so that community and all the leagues were all community organized and all the rules were community collaborated. Everything that came forth from that game, from that experience, the 3 years that I ran that clan, and we played over 250 competitive matches. Um, I even played for a Team USA in a countries tournament toward the end of that time, and I
Awesome.
think we played against Sweden. I think we won. I don't really remember,
Of course you
but
did. Yeah.
like for me, and this is maybe just more my personality. Like, if I was just playing a competitive game, I think I would have not been involved. I think I wouldn't have cared that much. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I'm like a community guy. I'm a socializer,
Mm-hmm.
and having the experience of building a community of people and helping make the thing go and having agency in it was fundamental to my interest. And that's what one of the things I've kind of found over the years, all these years later, I find alienating about a lot of modern games, which have the luxury of having a huge amount of technology and connectivity that those games did not.
Yeah.
And you have things like public automated matchmaking, where you can press a button and play a game with complete strangers and
Yeah.
never talk to them again when you're done. And to me, it seems like a fucking tragedy.
Yes,
But
100%. I think community is huge in. I mean, I've talked about it a bunch of times how that's what really attracted me to World vs. World and stuff.
right,
I think having that sense of community is amazing, and that's what's so great about games, and that's why I'm kind of interested in gaming as a career because I think being a part of that community and being a part of something that can grow
mhm,
into the community and stuff, I think is amazing. And
that's the
obviously
sauce.
you have that outside of video games, but being someone who really
You
likes
have that
video games,
everywhere. But yeah, but
being able to
games are
yeah.
exciting, and it's literally a growth industry. Like,
Yeah.
things are getting bigger. One of these ideas that I've been testing out and developing is this idea that communities only come together in games to solve problems that individuals can't. Um, and I think that reality lies at the core of a lot of gaming experiences that seem like they're multiplayer but actually aren't. And it
Hmm.
seems like in World versus World, it tends to be a more successful creator of communities that actually kind of hang together. Um, I haven't experienced it myself, but I've heard people talking about it. And my experience in most of the game of Guild Wars is that, like, it's just guilds like kind of got designed out of it over the years
Yeah.
in a way. Um, and more so now, where the primary content being introduced into the game is has public matchmaking, which is something that I hoped would never come into Guild Wars. Um, I get the benefit of it, but I think it has a large cost. Look at the Blizzard having second thoughts about things like LFR and LFD, and the way that those features are like tails wagging the dog of the game. Um, I think that, and this is kind of pretty close to the core of why I bother putting in all this effort of showing up for these podcasts and putting this thing together and doing this week in and week out, is I think that there's something very unique and interesting and not at all trivial about the way that people consume games and the way that games consume people. And I think that there's untapped value there. And I think that generally speaking, the world and society as a whole has no fucking clue. Um, I, as someone who's been gaming online for 20 plus years, have struggled with gaming addiction. I played World of Warcraft obsessively. I ran a fucking 40-man raid guild in WoW Vanilla and hated my life the whole time I was doing it. But I'm glad I can say I did that because it was a unique
Yeah.
experience. And one of the things that I've seen crop up in recent times has been this Twitch streamer who's a Harvard trained psychiatrist named Dr. Alo Kanogia. And he runs this program called Healthy Gamer GG. And he talks all
Yeah.
about mental health for gamers. And the shit that he talks about is stuff that I needed 15 years ago.
Yeah.
I see an industry that's starting to wake up to itself in a lot of ways and start to recognize things that I've always felt was true. I've always known that problem gaming was a way of was not was not a problem before it was a solution. People don't game addictively because the rest of their life is perfect. There's something else going on there,
Mhm.
and that's just one example. And also, people don't go to games just because they want distraction. People want other things out of the experience. There's more to it than that. That's the basic conceit of what I'm doing. If I was satisfied with the idea of gaming being purely a harmless distraction, then what's the point of all this time we're putting in? You know,
Yeah.
like it seems like kind of crap. And I think
Yeah.
that that was the publicly acceptable image of video games when I was a kid, and even when I was your age in the 2000s. And I've always really bucked against that idea. It always felt wrong to me. I spent years actually trying not to be a gamer. I moved overseas in 2011, and for about 5 years, I didn't really have a gaming system. No gaming PC, no console, no anything.
Hmm.
And I thought that maybe I was moving on from it at one point. But then things changed for me, and I happened to get back into PC gaming. Actually, with Guild Wars was kind of my excuse. There's a story behind that, I could tell. But and I got back into it, and I was like, what the fuck was I doing? Like, I always needed this in my life. This is always important. And I found a way to integrate it now in a way that's more adult. You know, it doesn't run
Hmm.
my life. A big part of that is just I have major other commitments that take up my time, like a career and a relationship. Um, but I think that there is something really unique happening when groups of people come together to do something in a game that is not really happening anywhere else outside of like maybe very creative like startup companies.
Well, you can get a group, right, in a video game that they have absolutely nothing in common other than playing that game. And they can be from anywhere in the world. They can be, any different type of people. And yeah, I mean, you really don't see that in a lot of other places. And especially because, I mean, obviously, there's of course toxicity online, and
Yeah.
people will run into people they don't get along with. But you go into a dungeon group in World of Warcraft, right? And you're all trying to accomplish the same thing. And again, you can be completely different people that don't really share any sort of ideologies or
Uh-huh.
any common interests, but you all want to get this thing done. You all want to complete this, and you can have an amazing time together with these people that you otherwise normally never would have interacted with, and
Hmm.
maybe never would again. But yeah, that's really impactful, and
Yeah.
I think it's awesome. I think it's amazing. I think it's really cool. I don't necessarily have the same sort of online experience in terms of video games growing up. I
Hmm.
played a lot of video games, offline, but a lot of the time I was playing
Gotcha.
video games with my friends, on consoles, PlayStation 2, the
Yeah.
original Xbox and stuff.
Well,
We'd be
that's a
playing in
great
my
feeling
friends'
too, and a great
basements.
experience. That's how I got
I,
started too. GoldenEye 007,
I,
Mario Kart 64, Super Smash Bros. 64. Those are some of my formative ones too.
I love the Halo series, and Halo
Ah,
2 was like one of the first games I really played with a friend of mine growing up, and
word.
I can remember just playing, the Halo 2 campaign. I was really big into campaigns for like the Call of Duty and the Halo campaigns growing up.
Hmm.
Again, I didn't really play very much multiplayer, but I mean just, you know, really like late night gaming sessions with my friends growing up
Hell yeah,
was
dude.
extremely impactful and so much fun, and those sort of things, obviously, spending time with friends, you're spending time with friends, but those games sort of being something that we all shared, something that we are all doing together, you know, maybe we wouldn't have had the same experience without those games. And I think it's really important. I think it's definitely impactful, and it can definitely shape someone, and shape what you do. So yeah, I definitely understand where you're coming from, and personally, I'm very glad that you got back into things, because I think this podcast is great. So I'm glad you decided to do it. But
Roy approved. I'll
it's
take it.
but yeah, it's video games are definitely, like you said with Dr. K, I'm not very familiar with the stream, but I know who you're
Hmm.
talking about. The sort of stuff that he's doing, I think is really important, and it's a
It's huge.
aspect or a way of looking at video games that hasn't really, it's not very popular. Maybe a lot of people haven't done it historically, and it should have been, been something that was happening, because yeah, a lot of people maybe don't understand video games from the same sort of point of view as someone who plays them a lot. And maybe they were looked down upon, and they probably still are in some ways.
Hmm.
And I think that's a shame because yeah, I mean, video games have so much to offer to so many different people,
Hmm.
and it,
Yeah.
you know,
Well,
it could be a magical place.
I was one of those people who tried to go through therapy and counseling when I was younger, and was told with a straight face, just spend less time gaming and you'll be fine. Um, and so I would try it, but I'd still have all the same problems or all the same things that I was
Yeah,
facing. Like it wasn't really
yeah,
help. Like people just
yeah,
don't know. One of the things that Dr. K says is that, and he has this great lecture series, which are short, like 4 minute videos. It's fantastic. It's bite sized and lovely. Um, which is that traditional like talk therapy doesn't really help gamers usually because the people who are giving the talk therapy don't have a fucking clue. It's like you're talking about sexual issues with someone who doesn't know what sex is. Like there's just nothing that it's a whole a spectrum of human experience that um is very hard to get help with.
yeah,
And that's largely due to the fact that it's so new and it's come up so quickly. Um I don't know. There's a lot there, and I don't want to really sidetrack too hard on Dr. K. He's awesome. Check him out. But um, it to me it'll rolls up to this idea of there's more to this than met the eye, which to me is a great validation because that's what I always thought.
yeah.
But yeah. Um, so communities, the importance of communities. Okay, let's relate this back. So there are like 15 different things we could talk about.
All right, let's do it.
I think that looking at Guild Wars, that one of the things that really stands out to me as being interesting is how different parts of the game have been developed over time or not. And um, I am wondering about, again, this is another big topic too. I got to narrow this down. All right, let me clarify my thinking. I'm just going to be quiet for a moment while I think.
Let me see the process live on stream.
Something I learned from Dr. K,
Yeah.
actually. Okay. Okay, here it is. There is I think, commonly held perception that world versus world is much like guild versus guild is the black sheep of world v world. That world v world is the black sheep of the three big game modes. Would you agree with
Yeah.
that perception?
I think that perception exists. I don't know that it's always been accurate.
Okay.
I think it has been.
Why do you think it exists?
So, Guild Wars 2 originally, when it was being advertised, there was a lot of advertisement about World versus World being essentially 1/3 of the game, and I think for a lot of people, it was kind of advertised as the end game of Guild Wars 2.
Right.
How you would get through all the PVE content, and obviously you had structured PvP and stuff, but World versus World was where once you were fully geared and fully, you played through the game and stuff, that was the end game content because
Yeah.
World versus World is kind of a self-sustaining game mode. It's a game mode that I think, again, I mean, it comes down to the community creating a lot of the content for it. So, it's a good end game sort of thing because you don't necessarily need a lot of consistent upkeep with it for it to keep going.
Yeah, and the fact
And
that it's adversarial PvP, there's a renewable quality to that.
I think people were surprised and kind of shocked by the lack of development and developmental resources that went into World versus World, certainly throughout the game mode and a lot in the beginning of the game mode. And I say the reason that I say that the perception of World versus World being kind of the black sheep of the game isn't always accurate is because I think that there are a lot. PvP and PvE, especially fractals and raids, have really been left behind, and dungeons, obviously, as well in the beginning of the game.
Hmm.
And I think that they were underdeveloped and unsupported for a really long time. And I think that those game modes and those communities have suffered a lot.
Yeah.
But I think one of the reasons that people really have this perception is because for a really long time, uh, and I would say right now as well, World vs. World was the least rewarding of the three game modes.
Okay.
I mean, there was this sort of joke going around for a really long time, and it was actually not really even a joke. It was true that you could get gold from playing PvE and you could get gold from playing PvP, but if you played World versus World, you were losing gold because you had to always be constantly spending gold to buy food and buy gear and stuff,
Yeah.
and you weren't getting anything back from it. And so, and that was, I mean, I think for a lot of people, there was this sort of expectation that World vs. World was going to be an endgame. And also, I think a lot of people that were coming from these other RVR games. So again, I mentioned before, like DAOC,
Hmm.
and Warhammer. And, I don't know if you ever heard of Redguard.
Wasn't that wasn't that the game that came out before Morrowind in the Elder Scrolls series?
So, well, I don't know if it was a game, but Redguard was a guild in Guild Wars 2.
Oh yes, of
And
course, the guild. Yes. I
so
don't know why I
they
thought of
they
yeah.
were a lot of them were from Warhammer, and
Mhm.
they their leader Sacrex, he played the beta in Guild Wars 2 a lot, and so he was very influential in, or he gave a lot of feedback in terms of regarding World versus World and what he was sort of expecting. And so I think a lot of people were kind of expecting Guild Wars 2 to kind of be the big RVR game,
Mhm.
because I think that a lot of people who really enjoyed RVR game modes, they felt as though maybe there wasn't really a great game for it. Because I think I'm not familiar with other games in terms of RVR stuff at all, but from what I understand, there were a lot of limitations and a lot of issues with the other RVR games.
Okay.
Maybe that's not necessarily true. Maybe it's just because they're old games and they were outdated or whatever. And I think a lot of people were really hoping that Guild Wars 2 was going to be this really big MMO, and it was going to revolve around World versus World, and that never really happened.
Okay.
And so I do think that World versus World historically, of the three game modes, has seen the least amount of development, has seen the least resources put into it. Um, and I think that it is also kind of felt the worst to play the most amount of time. Now, again, I think it would be disingenuous to say it's the only game mode like that. I think it'd be disingenuous to say it's the only community that has suffered, but I
Yeah.
do think that perception, while not always accurate, is largely accurate. That World versus World was kind of largely ignored, and especially I think part of that comes back to just there was this assumption that it was gonna be the big end game of Guild Wars 2, that it was essentially going to be 33%, if not more, of the game, and
Mhm.
it felt like it was less than 33% of the game.
Yeah, I wasn't playing around launch. I didn't actually know that there was this idea of World v World being the end game, but the way you framed it up, it actually makes complete sense. And I guess the trick then, if you were going to do something like that, is of course to keep developing it to make it interesting, but also to make sure that it gave end game quality rewards, which I think is a problem that Guild Wars has always had
Yeah,
um, in every game mode, but maybe especially in World v World.
yeah, um, and I think that it's become increasingly harder to keep playing World versus World, in the sense that sort of similar to GVG, where it revolves a lot around communities, and it revolves around a lot around the specific communities sort of driving and pushing the game mode.
Hmm.
And I think it has become harder to do that as a player, as part of a community.
Why is that?
Sin. Well, there's a couple reasons. One of the biggest, I'd say, blows to World versus World was the mega server, the creation of the mega server.
Oh,
And so I don't know if you're familiar at all with it, but
yeah.
back in the beginning of the game, so I touched upon this a little bit, in the first hour, where I was talking about how when you create an account, you pick a server. So back in the beginning of the game, when you would pick a server, that was your server, and you could actually guest to other servers. And so the reason that existed was because overflows of maps were basically they were usually limited to people on your server. So if
Mhm.
I was on Pike and Square, if that was my server, or Sorrow's Furnace for NA people, whatever server, then usually I would be playing with people on my server. I wouldn't be playing with people from another server unless I guested to that other server. And so like when things like Tequaddle came out,
Mhm.
those big open world events, there were certain servers that were kind of known as the PvE servers as
Mhm.
opposed to World vs. World or roleplay or PvP, whatever. Although there weren't really PvP servers, but so like Desolation on EU was this really big PvE server. They had this really big population of PvEers. And so like a lot of times there were some servers that weren't really as big into PvE. So like if you wanted to beat Tequaddle, you would guest over to Desolation and you would do that and you would do it on
Hmm.
Desolation. And so that was sort of how, servers worked. The thing is though, no matter if you were guesting or not on a server, you were still locked to your server for World versus World.
Okay.
And so part of what that did was it created this bigger sense of community, because you would go into Lion's Arch and you would see people that you played World versus World with.
Right.
You would see people that were on your server. There were times when you'd be fighting in Eternal Battlegrounds in World versus World. You'd be fighting to save your keep. And your commander would be like, we need more people. Go to Lion's Arch and spam in map
Go
chat. Go
recruit.
to Eternal Battle. And that was a thing. You can't do that anymore
Oh,
because you
man.
could go into Lion's Arch and you could be talking to people from 20 different servers. So
Right.
so obviously the mega server came about because there were these issues with maps not being full. There were these issues with some servers just having way less of a population than others. And so, I think the mega server itself for the game was probably a good thing. But
Yeah.
for World versus World, it just kind of it reduced the sensation of community for a lot of people, and
Yeah.
it made it harder. And there were these so reset is when the World versus World matchup resets, right? So just like how we have a daily reset at 8 p.m. or 7 p.m. EST or whatever, and your dailies reset every week on Friday at a specific time. There's the World versus World reset, and there was this tradition that I was a part of for a little while of when of people. We would have like a server meeting before for my server. We'd have a server meeting before reset would happen,
Uh-huh.
and we would pick who was going to lead on which map or whatever. And
Mhm.
so what we would do is right before reset, we would have all these people who were tagged up, and you still do this to some extent, but
Mhm.
it's a lot harder to do it now, where you would go to Lion's Arch and you would all. There was this one guy named Radariel, La Raider, and he would role play walk from one point of Lion's Arch to the portals. There's portals in Lion's Arch that allow you to go to the World Wars World maps, and he would always do this every single reset. And I remember seeing this before I got into World versus World. I
Uh-huh.
remember seeing him do this with his commander tag up with a bunch this massive group of people following him. And I was like,
Uh-huh.
whoa, what is that? That's so cool. And I didn't know what it was. And then I remember getting into World versus World, and I was like, oh, that's what that is. There's this tradition, this role play of
The
people going into
ceremony.
these portals, and
Yeah.
it's so cool. And you can't do that anymore, and you don't really see that anymore. And it
Mm.
feels as though this game mode that you really want to have a strong sense of community, there's less of that, and there's less
Yeah.
of this server identity and this server pride, and those are two really important things. Server pride is integral, as far as I'm concerned, to World versus World being healthy, because we talked about how World versus World doesn't really have a lot of great rewards. It's not really a game mode where you go to get gold.
Right.
But the reward that you got, and maybe this is a little cliche, but the reward that you got was feeling your server pride,
Yeah.
being this server, and it sort of connects back to what I was talking about with GVG. You want to be the best guild, you want to be the best server, you want to beat the other servers, you want to know, that your group on this server is better than the other group on the other
Hell
server.
yeah.
And you don't have that anymore. And a part of that
Yeah.
is the mega servers. Another really big part of that, and I mentioned this earlier, is the server links. And this is why I don't like the server links, because again, I
Mm.
understand why they did it. And population imbalance is probably one of the hardest issues to address in
Right.
World versus World. And I sincerely understand, and why ArenaNet has these issues, and I don't necessarily fault them for it, but I think that server links were one of the worst decisions for World versus World, because it completely stripped server identities apart, and it completely
Right.
shifted server identities. People didn't care about what server they were on anymore. And there were groups of people that didn't care before. There was always this this notion of bandwagoning, of bandwagon servers, where there were these a couple of servers that were really good. They were known as sort of the best servers, and people would always just bandwagon to them if they were open. And when server links happened, that actually just kind of fueled and increased that bandwagoning, because you could now transfer to the number one server for a fraction of the gems that it cost before, because you would just transfer to a server link.
Right.
And so the idea of server links was to take less populated servers, put them onto a larger server so that they could play with a larger population.
On paper, it makes
And
sense.
and it makes sense because, okay, now I'm doing tangents. So the beginning of the game, you had a Glyco system for World versus World, and there were 3 leagues of World versus World. So there was Gold League, there was Silver League, and there was Bronze League.
Okay.
And that ties into the World versus World seasons. I don't know if you know anything about the World versus World seasons, the tournaments. So there were, I want to say, 4 tournaments or seasons. There might have been 5 for World versus World, where there was like a several month period, and we can have another discussion about the seasons and tournaments. I'll get into them after I wrap up my points. And so you would compete for several months to see who was the best server in Silver League or Gold League or Bronze League. So generally Gold League, obviously Gold League were the highest populated servers, the servers that were usually full, the servers that, people usually couldn't transfer to as much until they were opened. They were, very high populated. And then Silver League was sort of the medium level servers, and Bronze League were the lower level servers.
So those classifications were based on server population exclusively?
They were based on server population, yeah.
Okay.
And obviously, and that's not just for World versus World. I mean, if a server was, low tier server population, that it was just a low tier server. And so if you were on that server for PvE and you only played PvE, you were still a part of that server. So obviously, the main issue was there were all these Bronze League servers that just had really small populations. And of course, as the game gets older, people are going to stop playing. The population is generally
realms get less populated over time. This is a problem that WoW Classic had to deal with last year when it released. There's 10 times more people playing in the first 2 weeks than there are in the second month.
Yeah, no matter how good the game is, no matter what happens with it, generally population is going to decline. It's just how it is, right? So yeah, obviously as time went on, the populations went down, and there were just these issues with people not being able to really fully experience the game mode. Now, me personally, I kind of liked the sort of separation you had with Gold League, with Silver League, with Bronze League, because I kind of thought the idea of having this, there were these really high level servers. You would go there if you wanted to, run with an 80-man group, and you would kind of crush the opposition. Silver League was kind of a little bit more of a mix of, you had, maybe some of those groups, but you also had really some guild groups that would fight each other. And, you wouldn't have just massive queues in every single Borderland all the time like you would in Gold League. And then Bronze League was kind of the more Havoc groups, the more servers where you could kind of roam more. The servers where it was just really like those small guild groups. And now I didn't really play on I never really played on low tier servers. I was kind of always a Silver League to low Gold League server, the server that I was on originally. And so I didn't necessarily have the same experience that other people did. So maybe my sort of point of view of that, my perspective of that is flawed, and that's fine.
What is your perspective though?
My perspective is that I like that separation. The idea that you have this split is kind of cool, because if I'm someone who I like joining in with an 80-man group and running into other 80-man groups, I know where I want to go. If I like the idea of kind of having more of a mixture, I go to this sort of middle league. And so, I kind of thought that was cool. And also because, again, it ties back into this idea of server identity and server pride. If I'm on Desolation, I know I am one of the best servers in the game. I can say I'm on Desolation. I'm a commander on Desolation. I lead one of the best groups. Yeah. It means something, exactly. And and now you can't really say that anymore. You don't really have that anymore. And so again, server links were introduced because populations were going down. They were concerned about people being on a server that had very few people on it. And they were also trying to basically stop bandwagoning from happening. The original idea, from my understanding, for server links was that they would take a server that had a small population, they would put it to a larger server, and people would transfer to the smaller server, and then they would break them apart so that there was more of a balance, right, between those two servers. There was less of a population imbalance and more of a population balance. The main issues for that is, one, again, that destroys server identity a bit, because for those smaller servers, for at least a period of time, you're kind of considered that larger server. So you don't really have your server identity as much. Every single server in the beginning of the game had its own TeamSpeak, had its own forum, had its own website, right? Now, obviously, a lot of servers will have their own Discord and stuff, but they had these places where people would gather, where people would go and be a part of that server. And when servers started getting pushed together, those things started being used less, because if I'm on Ring of Fire and I have my Ring of Fire TeamSpeak, but I'm server linked to Desolation, and Desolation has their TeamSpeak, and all these Desolation commanders and all these Desolation groups are using the Desolation TeamSpeak, then I'm feeling left out if I'm using my original Ring of Fire TeamSpeak, because all the big happenings they're on the Deso TeamSpeak. So
Yeah, the
you
culture's
start to
diluted.
have to
Yeah.
you have to start to, and that's not necessarily a bad thing all the time, because obviously bringing communities together can be cool, but again, World versus World, in my opinion, really thrives when it's around these communities, when there's these communities that have their identities, they have their server pride to push them
Right.
and to motivate them. So that was one of the issues, of course, with server links. And the other issue, I think, the other two issues, one, I don't think I've ever seen a server link unsplit from each other. So again, from my understanding, was the original idea was that they would be placed together, and then once the server's population kind of balanced out a bit, they would be unsplit. Maybe my understanding is flawed. Maybe that's not really what they were intending to do in the beginning.
The splits have become permanentized.
Right, pretty much. The relinks are every 2 months. So every 2 months, the server links get shuffled.
Okay.
And so the other issue is there would be a lot of situations where a server would get a link when it didn't need one, or when the server linked to it didn't need to be a link, when it could have been its own host server. So there wasn't enough oversight. There wasn't enough correct server, because the server links are done manually, as far as I understand. So in my opinion, they needed to do a better job of manually linking the servers, because there were so many times where I would see the relinks and I'd be like, anyone who plays World versus World actively could have told you that this and this and this and this link was a terrible idea. And it would result in these periods of, because server links at one point were every 3 months. I think there was a period where they maybe tried to do it shorter, but they've kind of settled into doing it every 2 months. But if you get a bad link, or you got a bad link before, or there was a link that was just really strong and they ran over everybody, that's how it was for 2 months. So that was almost like,
that's rough.
If you got relinked to a server that you didn't want to be on, it was almost like for that 2 months you couldn't play the game. So it resulted in a lot of these issues coming up, and
it's totally outside of your control.
Apparent.
Like, there's no player agency in that.
Yeah.
Whereas the previous system, where you had these, admittedly potentially unbalanced and underpopulated realms, at least there was player agency.
Yeah.
You could pick a realm as long as it wasn't full, and you could say, "Hey, I want to be a part of this community." And then once you landed there, you plugged into that community, and those leaders were those community leaders, and they defined the World v. World experience, rather than having the hand of God swoop in, just like parting the Red Sea and be like, you go over here and you come over here. And I can see that, like, the lack of continuity of identity wrecks one of the best things about World v. World.
And I'll say it again. I think that the intention with server links wasn't necessarily bad, because population imbalance is such a serious issue with World versus World. And this is where sort of the community kind of failed itself, because there was, a really long time before server links and during server links and after server links where this has always been a thing. Bandwagoning again, I use this word and I'll say it again, where, the community didn't police itself enough about bandwagoning. It didn't prevent itself enough from bandwagoning. It didn't it supported bandwagoning, basically. And now, you could say maybe the community shouldn't have been responsible for that. I would say it should partly be responsible. And I also think that it's not an easy thing for ArenaNet to prevent necessarily, but I think that...
What could the community have done differently?
Well, so if you were this server that was really successful, you basically, and you knew people were going to transfer there, you could have essentially tried to say, we don't want more people transferring here. And maybe that kind of sounds like a sort of toxic or mean thing to do, but instead of recruit, like, there used to be this thing where servers would try and get guilds to transfer to their server. Right.
I've heard of that.
So, like, if there was a really good guild, you might want, there was what was called buying guilds. And so some people, and this is actually, I think, kind of a cool thing in the game mode. There would be people who would spend enormous amounts of money, and there would be servers who would save up these like war chests. There's this kind of joke about Blackgate, a server
Okay.
on an A, having this massive war chest to buy guilds, and there would be these
They bring in
there'd be
mercenaries?
yeah, essentially that. And personally, I think that's really cool. I think
That's
that's
kinda cool.
kind of an awesome idea.
Pay to win,
But
baby.
at the same time, if you're already a server that's really strong, that's really competent, you shouldn't be doing that because it takes those guilds away from other servers that might need them.
That's
And
potentially
there were
anti-competitive.
times when that happened. Also, I think there was this one sort of community that I was a part of for a while on EU. That was centered around this one guy named Ravia, and he was this really popular, really well known, really good open field commander. And so a lot of people would follow him. And so we can talk about this too. World versus World, in my opinion, at its base, as well as being obviously created from these communities and existing on the server pride and stuff, server identities. A lot of what World versus World comes down to is commanders, because without the commanders, without these people that are tagging up and kind of pushing people in one direction, you don't really have as good of a game mode. You don't really have a lot of content. You don't really have action because, if I'm a pug, just some random player, and I go into a World vs. World map and I don't see a commander, well, I might just log off, or I might go play a PvE or something, right?
Because you can't really,
and that happens
do
all the
anything
time.
as a single player in a
Yeah,
game like that.
It's you get less of the experience for sure. So there would be this group that constantly followed this one guy named Ravia. And he was real, like I said, he was really good. He played a lot. He was, he grew this community, and that's a good thing. And he had these players around him that played with him. But the issue was people wanted to play with him, and people wanted to be with him because he would win fights a lot. So there was this point where he left a server. He left the server that he was on, and it was arguably one of the best servers in the game, and it was one of the strongest servers in the game. And the reason he left it was because he wanted to try and fight them. He wanted to try and compete with them. And there was probably some server drama and politics, that went into it and whatnot. But he eventually transferred, I want to say, like 8 different times to 8 different servers to try and build servers up and stuff.
Oh my god.
And every time he did it, there would be this core group that would go with him that he wanted, but there would always be people that followed him. And again, I don't, not to sound toxic, but it would be kind of people that would, be following him to essentially leech, to basically get free rides. And obviously, again, I can't fault people for wanting to go where the commanders are, for wanting to be with this guy who was fun to play with, who had players that were fun to play with, that had people that were really good. But when World versus World was really healthy and alive, you had people like that on every server. And you had people like that would draw these players, draw these groups on every server. And you had multitudes of them. You didn't just have one guy on every server. You didn't just have one guy trying to hop around different servers to create different groups. So the reason he had to do that was because, A, people would constantly be following him, and the community didn't necessarily police itself enough on sort of being negative about bandwagoning or trying to prevent it. And B, there was just overall, like, when World versus World started declining, when the game mode was ignored and not really developed, less and less people started, were playing, less and less commanders were tagging up. You had less and less of these groups. There were various times where other MMOs would come out. I mean, Arcade came out, Wildstar came out, and they eventually didn't really do very well. But a lot of people left Guild Wars 2 from those MMOs. They did come back in a lot of ways, but some of them didn't.
MMO shopper's gonna shop. It's just a reality.
And so when you lost those players and you lost those commanders, it just made it harder for the game mode to kind of flourish. So
yeah. Well, it sounds to me a little bit like at least Ravia kind of tried to police the community a little bit, but wasn't really successful in doing so. The phenomenon you described, where the most standout leaders or most successful people in a competitive game, like let's call it a casually competitive game, because there's no money on the line, right? There's no sponsorships, none of that crap. Tends to attract, number one, all the good players who want to win, and number two, all the people who want to win and can get away with, just leeching, as you said. I don't know how you solve that problem. I think probably the best way to do it is just try to change things up quickly enough so that people are focused on the game mode itself rather than those kinds of boy, I don't know. I'm just nowhere on that thought.
It's very difficult.
I don't really have an opinion. I don't know, based on everything you just laid out. Um, the idea of having a server with strong identities, um, and preserving that while preventing um, certain people from kind of making waves whenever they
Yeah.
move from server to server. I imagine it's something you got to live with, and like it's kind of like the problem you have now with classic WoW realms, where certain realms became streamer servers,
Hmm.
and you would see people consciously decide to avoid or embrace a streamer server depending on what they wanted,
Yeah.
because like it's like I just don't want to be a part of that crap, or I want to be a part of that. I want to be involved. I want to be on this person's stream, or I want to
Yeah.
be connected with this person who I admire. So,
It's very
okay,
difficult.
okay, I'm gonna think about that. But so okay, hard to police this system. Server links seems like it was introduced to solve a problem in a way that was presumably noble, to even to fix population imbalance, which is something that you could easily see be a problem and become a difficult maintenance issue, because over time, those kinds of population problems would only get, I think, more and more severe, I'd
I
imagine.
think I don't think it was ever intended to be a permanent solution, and that's where we sort of get into alliances there.
Yeah, we can talk about that.
Um,
So I
yeah.
imagine you have a strong opinion about alliances based on everything I've just heard.
Yes, probably that would be a safe assumption.
Okay, what is it?
Well, first of all, I don't think they're ever coming. um,
Yeah, right. Holy
I
shit,
mean,
man.
so I think a lot of my opinions on alliances are kind of mainstream at this point. I think a lot of people sort of share the same sort of opinions and understand it the same way that I would. And first and foremost, alliances was never the saving grace of World versus World. Um, it was never going to fix World versus World. And just like with server links, I don't think server links were intended to be a permanent solution. I don't think when they came up with server links and implemented them, they were planning on having them go for 3-4 years,
Mhm.
which I agree with. I don't think they should be. They should have gone for as long as they did. Um, and so with alliances, when alliances were initially announced, I think a lot of people sort of they hyped themselves up about it too much, and touch on that in a sec. But they had this. I think a lot of people were starting to talk about how, oh, this is going to save World versus World. This is going to fix World versus World. And I will say, at the time that they were announced, I actually think if they had been implemented within 6-ish months, they actually would have saved World versus World. They wouldn't have fixed the game mode. There is no fixing the game mode. And this is,
Mhm.
again, sort of the population imbalance issue. There's no fix for it as far as I'm concerned. I don't think you ever permanently solve population imbalance. I think there's things you can do to make it better, to make it less oppressive for certain servers. But there's no way to fix it. And alliances are not going to fix World versus World. World versus World has many different issues with it, and alliances are basically aimed to address population imbalance issues. Again, no way to permanently fix them, and this isn't going to be a one fix all for World versus World as a game mode. But when they were announced, the announcement itself created so much hype about it because
Yeah.
it was this idea that communities would essentially control their server, right? You would essentially be able to pick who you played with a little bit more, as opposed to servers just, there was a list of A through Z servers and you picked one.
Right.
Now
Yeah,
it
you have
was you
alliance
kind of,
loyalty
yeah, you
rather
had an
than server
alliance with
loyalty.
people. And also the idea that it kind of revolved around guilds a bit, right? Because your alliances were based on the guilds you were in. And that, for World versus World, is amazing because of
Yeah.
how, again, a lot of World versus World, a lot of servers are based around how, the guilds that are in these servers, the specific guilds. And again, getting into GVG and all this, and the specific guilds on each server and whatnot. But so when they were announced, I remember I was hanging out with Teapot in Discord. He was streaming, so I was looking at the forums. I saw this alliance, world restructuring announcement, and I started freaking out. And I was like, Teapot, look at this! And I started linking in his chat, and we talked for like a couple of hours about it. And we were looking at all the different things, and we
Uh-huh.
were theorizing about what it. And then he had a tea time, later on in the weekend about
Yeah.
it, of course. And there was so much hype when it first got announced for months. World versus World started getting populated again. There were people getting
Right.
invested into it and stuff. And so this was a little bit of kind of, you know, shooting ourselves in the foot, because Arena had never said this is what's happening and we're gonna do it. We're gonna roll it out within 6 months. We're gonna roll it out within a year, right? And so many people were saying, oh, you know, it probably won't come in the next couple of months, but maybe it'll come before the summer, or it'll come by the end of the year, or it'll come within a year, right? And those sort of, I mean, to be fair, I think it should have came by now. But
Yes.
again, we were a little bit shooting ourselves in the foot, because having these expectations, while I think they were fair expectations, we were setting ourselves up to fall a little bit. And
Yeah.
so,
Yeah. You were putting up a nice long rope to hang your expectations on, essentially.
and I've talked about this with community, you know, other people in the community, and also some ArenaNet developers. And you know, the idea of like, should they have just not announced it? You know, maybe they should have waited until they were basically ready to implement it and then announced it. And I'm kind of split on it, because on one hand, I think alliances at this point have become a meme, right? And so many people they shit on ANET because they say they announced these alliances 2 years ago. They've never implemented them. There's very little communication about them. There's very little updates on them. You know, we have no idea when they're coming. Again, I kind of said I don't think they're ever coming. Sort of joking,
Joke.
sort of not. But at the same time, again, the hype that the announcement itself generated, the idea that the excitement that so many people in the Realist community had, I think was amazing. It was so much fun, because again, this was a point where I can't remember the exact time frame, but it was a point where there really hadn't been anything for World versus World for a really long time. There was this World versus World overhaul that was teased, and again became a big meme around HOT release, where ArenaNet was like, you know, they said that they were making these huge developmental changes for World versus World in HOT. They were, you know, and they did make a lot of changes, but a lot of them were terrible. But HOT was the single, I think, biggest blow to World versus World. By the way, we can get into that too. But
Wow.
you know, they said this thing. They said they were going to be doing a World versus World overhaul, and there basically never really came anything of it. And so, you know, sort of same thing with alliances, but again, leading up to the alliances announcement, there hadn't really been a lot of content for World vs. World. There was a really big content drought, which we've had multiple times now. And so this announcement generated a lot of hype, and it really, I think, brought people back together to communities, because when alliances got announced, there were so many different groups of people on an ANEU that started coming together and planning their alliances and
Yeah.
grouping up to get ready for their alliances. And
Oh,
that was
man.
awesome, because again, it brought people together. It created this idea that you could have a server identity or server pride, and, or, you know, alliance
And have it
pride, I
be more
guess.
flexible. Have it be
Yeah.
not tied to this clunky server choice mechanic that you start before you even play the game.
And again, I want to really hammer this point away. Alliances will not fix World versus World. They will not make the game mode perfect. Nothing will, and that's fine.
Do you think they would be a help if they came out in the
Oh,
way that they've been framed?
they would absolutely be much better than what we have right now with server links. It
Uh-huh.
would be. I think it would be a really good addition to the game mode. I think it would. I think it would really help World versus World. But the problem is, at this point, and this is me being maybe a little bit biased and negative, I'm not sure it matters, because it's been over 2 years since they were announced, and World versus World has essentially just been on a steady decline since. And so, you know, I think about, obviously they've said multiple times that they're putting most of their resources for World versus World into alliances, into world restructuring. They've said, you know, they're going to continue to do sort of minor adjustments to World versus World, especially if it's like easier quality of life stuff. And that makes sense. But again, 2+ years to do this? I'm not a server programmer. I'm not an engineer. I don't really understand how this stuff works. But the idea of something taking that long to implement, it just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
Especially because now we haven't really had much development in World versus World. Granted, I don't think there's been a lot of development in a lot of other game modes. Now, if there hadn't been any focus on alliances at all, maybe we would still have the exact same amount of developments in World versus World, right? So, you know, maybe it technically didn't hurt anything. But at the same time, I think that it really it made people have, again, this idea that there was something
Yeah.
coming, something
It's a
to hope
blow.
for,
It's a
to
blow
look
to the
forward to.
relationship players have
Yeah,
with the game.
yeah,
Totally. I mean, let's see. The Heart of Thorns was announced like 9 months before it came out. So
something like that.
if you can deliver on an expansion within 9 months of announcing it, surely you can deliver on alliances within 2 years. And the logical assumption is that either ArenaNet was very wrong to announce it, or that something went very wrong after they announced it, and we just don't know. All we've heard is I think the last time we heard about it was it during the Icebrood Saga announcement, or was it after that?
Oh well, oh boy. So by the way, I was at the Iceberg Saga announcement live.
Yeah, I saw you there.
That was a bit of a blow.
Yeah, I was there too.
So they did say the host said something. He was interviewing two of the developers, and they were talking about, I think, competitive updates or something. And he one of them said, in the coming months we will be updating you on alliances. And
Yeah.
I think he also said Swiss. And we haven't gotten an update on alliances since then. Now,
Swiss happened
I
though, right?
actually, yeah, Swiss has happened. Yeah,
Which is good.
I saw, yeah. I saw a Reddit post where it was like, this is the 2-year anniversary of not having an update on alliances or whatever. And someone commented on it saying that, well, what are they really supposed to say? They're implementing things into the engine of Guild Wars 2, or, the back end or whatever. There's this and this standing in their way, whatever. And I kind of understand that. I kind of agree because, yeah, I mean, there's not really a lot they can say about what's going on with it. They could basically just lay out maybe the
I
issues
don't
they're
agree with
struggling
that.
with, or okay, I mean, yeah, fair enough. And again, I don't really understand how the process works. So maybe
Right.
there is a lot more that
So like
you could go into.
I don't work in game dev, but I do work in corporate software. And I can tell you from my own experience that as someone who's been a key stakeholder on various projects, that sometimes things go really fucking wrong. And sometimes timelines get dramatically screwed up. And the most important thing when that kind of thing happens for you to do is to communicate. And you don't have to just say the absolute bald, naked, embarrassing truth. That's not necessarily what you need. Sorry guys, like we decided to make a different game instead of focusing on this, and that's what those people are doing. Like, you don't have to say that. But what you do have to do is help the people who were involved, who are your stakeholders because they play your game and got excited about this, reset their expectations. And if you wait until people forget about it, what you do is you create this overarching narrative, which existed before alliances with ArenaNet, of the idea of undelivered promises, talking about things, talking big and acting small. And there are ways of communicating that, and admittedly, what I've done is much smaller scale than a game. It doesn't directly translate. But people you create a social contract when you announce something like this. This is why it's so powerful to do things like go on Facebook and say, I am going to lose X amount of pounds by next year, this time next year. Because social contracts are very strong. Humans are very strongly motivated to follow through on the things that they announce. And that's why, like, whenever I want to do something different or change something about my life, one of the things I'll do is I'll just talk to people about it. I'll tell people I'm trying to do this.
Yeah,
that
absolutely.
creates a desire for me. And it also, like, people who are connected to me know what I'm trying to do, and they can support me in ways I don't expect. But anyway, that's not game dev related. But ArenaNet could help the community set the appropriate expectation for alliances.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
no,
my read, as a non-World v World player, but as someone who was also excited about this announcement, for me, I thought alliances were going to be my in to get into World v World, because I've always found the idea of going through my server to be a little intimidating and to be a little alienating and slow. But the idea that I could work through an alliance with a guild was very cool to me. And we need to know what's going on. And the only thing that I can assume from the lack of communication is that they haven't decided and they don't know. And that is a common, like, there's a stamp that has that sentiment on it. and it gets printed out on the forehead of the community every single time something like this happens.
Yeah.
I've said before, and I think it's true, that the thing about live service games is that you're not just creating a gameplay experience that people are going to experience, like playing through The Witcher. You're creating a relationship because there's promises of future development, and people need to know what to expect the same way you do in like a human relationship. Um, if you get into a relationship with someone with the idea that you want to have children, and then the time comes and there's economic stability, and you just say, "Hey, I don't want kids. I think it's dumb." Like that's a huge breach of trust.
Yeah.
And in gaming terms, if you give a bunch of people who are starved of having meaningful development and realization of a great idea for a game mode into something that's successful and more broadly adopted, of not something that would necessarily save the game mode, but would be a meaningful iteration, that would be a next step, which is how all progress is made anywhere on anything. You take steps and then you tease it and you tease it and you just leave it behind, is a gross failure in communication. And I completely hold ArenaNet accountable for that. The tricky part of it is that ArenaNet is a conglomeration. It's a company, and it's made up of people who I am 100% sure are all trying to do the right thing. And people are all subject to decisions and realities and conditions and tools that are completely outside of their control. But these live services games, like Guild Wars, need to figure out a better way to communicate with us. And I don't think people are wrong to be bummed out at all. And I don't think the memes are inappropriate at all. But it is up to you to decide how to act once you feel a certain way. And I definitely don't love the state of the community discourse being what it is and how negative it is.
Yeah.
And I understand the need to have creators come out and say, we're going to be a source of a font of positivity and enjoyment, rather than being an amplification of this negative sentiment. However, and I think that is a perfect example of what I just said, of what are you going to do? Like, yep, you've been given lemons. What are you going to do? So anyway, that's my rant. That's my soapbox. I wonder what you think.
Spot on. No, I mean, yeah, I think maybe I sort of misspoke a little bit when I said that, I agreed with that Reddit post where I was saying, or they were saying that, maybe ArenaNet doesn't have anything to update, so why should they? Communication is such a huge, huge issue for ArenaNet, and it always has been, and maybe it always will be, which is a shame, but they absolutely need to communicate stuff like this. And even if it's not giving us specific examples of what's going on, just saying, hey, again, we ran into some delays working on this, or this isn't happening as quickly as we wanted it to, whatever. Communication is really important.
It's a low priority. We're focused on the expansion, and it's not going to be part of the expansion.
Yeah.
Boom. That would be helpful.
That would be so good, because a lot of people are thinking, oh, maybe alliances will come out with EOD. I don't think it will. And I think for people to expect that and for it not to happen would be, again, another blow. So for them to come out and just say it, I think would be great. But, my sort of, what I was sort of saying was that I think, it's, a lot of people will have these expectations of them putting out like a forum post or something every X amount of months, specifically detailing what has been done and what hasn't been done. And I think what this Reddit post was saying was, maybe there just really isn't much to detail there, and that's fine. But yes, absolutely, they still need to be giving us these updates and just saying, hey, yeah, we're still doing this, or you know what, we're shelving it for now because it just isn't going anywhere. And if that's the case, it sucks. But at least it's better to know than not know.
Be direct and help us adjust our expectations.
Yeah.
We don't need to know every little detail.
I think ArenaNet has this history of being really worried about saying something, not being able to do it, and then not wanting to say that they can't do it.
I'm sure that passivity is not a lack of ability or interest in communicating. I'm sure that it's a reluctance to face the backlash. I'm sure that
And
there's a fear that if they announce something like what I just suggested, there'll be headlines on MMORPG.com to say
there will be.
Alliance is nowhere in the future for Guild Wars. World v World continues to die, and what effect that's going to have on expansion hype.
And this is a little bit what you were saying about how negative the community is right now in the community discourse. And I on one hand I'm very displeased with a lot of the things ArenaNet has done and the way that they handle certain situations. And I don't want to say I'm anti ArenaNet because I don't really like the idea of that, but I definitely have my gripes with them. But at the same time, I can understand why they would be worried about doing that sort of thing
Yeah.
because I mean the Reddit is vicious sometimes.
So it's
I mean it's
terrifying.
horrible sometimes. And
Yeah.
and you know, I understand why people are frustrated. I get frustrated all the time. I understand why people are upset. I get upset all the time. But you really need to, I think, stop and think about, what you're saying. Because, I mean, this goes obviously back to just like video games, when you're online, you're separated with a screen. And obviously, we can see each other now with face cams, but, you're still not right in front of me. And a lot of people, I think, don't really fully grasp that there's actual real people on the other side of that screen. And, they'll say things and they'll do things that are very hurtful and very horrible, and they won't really fully understand or grasp what they're doing. And I think that I don't want to paint the Guild Wars 2 community as this horrible toxic child or anything, although in some cases it has been. But definitely, I mean, it must be horrible being a game developer in some cases, not just for ArenaNet but just in general, right?
Yeah,
I mean, the backlash
I think it's hard for anyone to do
awful
this.
sometimes.
One of the fellows I had on my podcast a couple months ago is the lead game designer for Planetside 2. Another one of the main games I talk to people about. And he has been a lightning rod for negative feedback in that community for years. He's actually someone who started off making videos about the game and then got hired, and then over years got promoted to being the lead game designer. Pretty cool story, honestly.
Yeah, that's awesome.
But he's a meme in the community because he's the most visible person on that development team, and he's just like a punching bag for everybody.
Yeah.
I feel really bad for the guy, and he had to go through a period with that company where they had, I think for 2 years, I'm not sure exactly because the timeline's not public. It's a little fuzzy. I think there was like a 2-year period where for Planetside, I described the game to you. It's 1,000 players on a continent, 3 faction PvP with tanks, planes, and shit. And they went through a period of 2 years where they had only 3 full developers developing the game. Only 3. And they didn't tell anyone that they were lightly staffed. They talked around it. They dealt with it. And eventually he came out and said, like, once they got some more people, like, yay. I think he made a video talking about how their development staff had doubled to a size of 6. And that's how people figured out that number. People who are making these games are passionate, hardworking people who deal with a lot of crap. It doesn't mean that the crap is unwarranted, but we can all do each other a favor to do exactly as you said and recognize the humans that are making up these machines, right?
And I will say that, again, I think ArenaNet definitely dropped the ball on communication because, absolutely, people need to be nicer or more considerate or whatever and understanding, that shit happens. But at the same time, ArenaNet does such a terrible job of letting people know that shit happens. And, I'm gonna probably use his name more, and I always do. But I mean, you look at ArenaNet Ben P. You look at Raymond. I don't know if you're familiar at all with Raymond.
I don't know Ray. No.
He was a World versus World programmer. He's an ArenaNet developer. I think I'm not sure if exactly his position, but he's a programmer at ArenaNet. You look at CMC, right?
Yeah.
And these are developers that take it upon themselves. This is not stuff that they were told to do, as far as I understand. This is not stuff that is in their job description. They take it upon themselves to integrate themselves into the community. I started seeing Ray he would be posting on the forums. He would respond, like he would comment on some Reddit threads, right? And he just seemed really interested in the World versus World community. He seemed interested in getting to know them better, to trying to understand how he could help them better. And that spoke to me because I ended up messaging him on Reddit. I PM'd him on Reddit and I was like, hey, I really like what you're doing. I just want to say thank you for the work you're doing. And that ended up evolving into him joining a Discord with a World vs. World community Discord. And that's how we started communicating with devs. And then that grew into, I did the same thing with Ben and stuff. And
That's
now
legit.
CMC is involved with several different Discords that really influence. I mean, the balance patch that we had today, obviously it was done by CMC or the balance team at least.
Okay.
But I think a large part of the balance patch specifically was influenced by the Discords he's in with players, and so for those developers to do that themselves, right? That speaks to me as people who care, and that itself makes me more familiar with ArenaNet, because before I started having these interactions with these ArenaNet developers, I kind of viewed ArenaNet as ANET, right? And if something went wrong, I would say, blame ANET. This is ANET's fault. But now that I've actually spoken to devs, right, and I had lunch with these guys, and I hung out with them, and I talk to them not on a daily basis, but a lot, and I understand a little bit better of what's going on. And of course, I'm an ArenaNet partner now, so I see a little bit more on the inside. Not really a lot, but a little bit more, right?
Sure.
And so I have a little bit better understanding. I can sort of, I can really say, like, yeah, it's not just ANET's fault. The community has dropped the ball a lot, and they have a lot to deal with. There's a lot of struggles that they have to go through, and a lot of them really try. Again, Ben, Ray, they put in so much effort and work, and they really do care about the community.
Yeah, and to expose yourself like that to the community and to public feedback is a very hard, risky thing to do. I really respect the courage in accepting that invitation that was extended.
The company as a whole, I just wish they did that, because I genuinely think if the company as a whole had a better relationship with their community, the game would feel so much better. The community would feel so much better. They don't even have a community manager right now, as far as I know. So, yeah, I think that people need to be more understanding and a little bit nicer and stuff. But at the same time, ArenaNet could 100% be doing a better job of this, like some of their developers do.
Right.
And I think it's a real shame, because the game is amazing, and I think that so many parts of the community are amazing, and I think a lot of all of the developers probably at Arena, they really do care about the game and the community, but I think that there's just been this really long history of them not really being willing, or maybe able in some cases, to communicate with the community, to properly get involved in the community, and it's evolved into what I say, they're very detached from the community. And this is very evident in World vs. World. This is very evident in lots of parts of the game. But there's just this severe detachment that the community and Arena, I think, have. And I think it severely hurts the game. I think that developmental paths aside, the fact that, to me, ArenaNet just doesn't really seem to understand their community, or really seem to resonate with their community a lot, I think really limits the game. And I think it makes it feel a lot worse than it should. And I think it's a real shame, because I think that's what makes games and gaming kind of special.
Yeah. I've seen a few examples of people like the CMCs and the Rays and the Ben Ps who have stepped out of the studio and into the community. And I mentioned the game designer from PlanetSide I told you about. His philosophy on that was interesting to hear. I think one of the things that we talked about is the idea that of understanding the correct way to go about that relationship, and accepting feedback. It's the idea that gamers know what's wrong with your game, but developers are the ones who know how to fix it. But there has to be a good line of communication for that to occur. And I think that line of communication is a challenge that I think hasn't really been solved by live video games, because there's a huge asymmetry in the amount of interest and access that's desired by gamers versus the amount of access and manpower that can be provided. You look at games like World of Warcraft that are kind of known for being a little bit quiet. Like, they don't really say a lot, from what I can tell, in terms of day-to-day interactions. There have been periods where ANET devs have been really present. Like, I remember after Heart of Thorns, like seeing like Crystal post stuff about raids on Reddit. They were doing the AMAs for a while. I remember that.
Yeah.
Like Mike O would jump in and join the conversation, which is interesting because I think he, under his leadership, um, starting in early 2016 is when we started seeing ArenaNet turn away from talking to the community about what they were thinking. In a,
Yeah.
but I've also seen like some older examples, like the original creative director of PlanetSide 2 is a guy named Matt Higbee, and he was majorly involved in the community. Also, took a lot of the heat. But the cool thing about having a guy like that, I remember one time in 2015 or 16, before he left the company, I was playing PlanetSide, just screwing around on a continent, fighting some infantry battles, and I saw him, and that was a neat moment. I think he killed me, and I killed him a few minutes later. Um, that feeling of connection with a developer is like, I don't know how you do it in a way that's repeatable, but it is insanely valuable. Even if that connection doesn't necessarily mean that like the developer learned something new about what's wrong with their game, or the gamer learned something new about how it's being fixed. Like, I talk about these live service games needing to have a relationship with their consumers, their people who are the gamers playing it. And a big part of the relationship is feeling like you're connected. Um, I look at games like Warframe, who have these big community manager run dev streams that they do, and I'm not sure if it's the right approach. Um, Smaller games, I think, can get away with smaller communities, can get away with doing a lot more because the scale of the feedback they get is a lot more manageable. The thing that Rel told me, and what I've been weaving my way around to, is that he didn't really feel like any game had really solved the problem of trying to be a live services game with a relationship with its gamers. And it's still something that's very new and very much being figured out. And so I sympathize.
Yeah.
Even though the communication has been dropped by ArenaNet, I recognize it is a very hard problem to solve. I think that the temptation to try to solve that problem by ignoring it, by minimally communicating, rather than turning and facing the problem and trying stuff, I don't know. This is obviously something that bugs me. It's maybe one of my main soapboxes. And it's one of the main reasons I basically stopped really playing the game actively in like 2018. Which was during a time where I think a lot of people still thought the game was doing a good job. A year after Path of Fire came out, Living World Season 4 was pumping hard. We were seeing mounts being introduced as Living World content. We didn't yet know about Icebird's Saga and the expansion like features it was supposedly going to have.
Yeah.
We still thought we were going to be getting expansions every 2 years, which honestly is a model that kind of works. World of Warcraft has been doing it for years, and there's something there about it that's successful. This problem, solving this problem, is one of the core things I think the core manifestations of the interest that I told you about earlier that I have that got me to show up and do the podcast in the first place.
Yep.
I wish I had more examples in my head of companies that have done a great job of it. Maybe the companies that do a great job don't get recognized because if there's no problem, there's nothing to talk about.
Yeah. That makes sense.
And then that leads back to, well, what are you going to do about the problem? Are you going to make your engagement all about negativity, or you can do something positive? So let's talk about, do you have anything you want to add to that?
Not really. I mean, mostly, everything I already said, but
Mm-hmm.
I do think that it's really, again, important sort of just maybe the game has its issues. Not maybe, the game has its issues, right? And, maybe the developmental path of the game isn't necessarily what I personally enjoy or what the communities that I represent or play with necessarily enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
But as long as I feel as though the company that is making the game understands that I exist, I still, that is important to me, right? And
Hmm.
there's been a lot of times where it feels like that's not the case. And I think that, a lot of people feel that way, and I think that that's just such a shame because, a lot of people have historically said Guild Wars 2 has the greatest community of any online game, right? And that's not necessarily true, but I think the idea that it could have,
The
and the
studio
idea
should
that
think that.
ArenaNet had, because I think in
Yeah.
Guild Wars 1, a lot of the ArenaNet developers had really like tight knit, ties in with the community.
Hmm.
And I think some ArenaNet developers have that, but not enough. And the company as a whole doesn't. And again, this just goes back to me saying that I think the company feels very detached from the community.
Yeah.
And that's such a shame because I think they could have come together and created some really awesome moments and some really awesome times. And it was kind of left to just the community in a lot of ways to do that. But
Hmm.
obviously, no, I please proceed.
No, that's perfect, dude. I think you summed it up great. I had one funny thought jump out at me while you were saying about the game can have its problems, but as long as you feel connected to the folks who
Yeah.
are making it, it's kind of okay. And I
Yeah.
had the thought that if you if you substituted the word ArenaNet with my wife, that would be something that would be fair to me to say. In our relationship, we've been together for 11 years, just about a little more than 11
Congratulations.
years. Thanks. Married for about a little more than half of that. We got our issues. We ain't perfect people. We're not a perfect couple. But as long as we feel connected to each other and feel like we're keeping each other up to date with what's going on and what we're working on, like it's fucking gravy, man. It feels like
Yeah.
we're doing the right thing and we belong together. And that's what people want to feel. They want to feel like they have a strong connection to their MMO. But maybe me comparing my wife to a video game is a comparison that neither party would appreciate. So I'll
I
leave it at that.
I think it's a very good comparison, and I don't think it's insulting in the least because video games are very important to us and very integral part of our lives.
Damn
So
straight.
I think that's great. But
Damn straight.
yeah,
Okay. Well, let's think. Okay. So I think that one really big important topic that could be left for us to talk about. Um, I've really enjoyed the discussion so far, but I really want to talk to you about your thoughts about End of Dragons, which is the forthcoming expansion for Guild Wars. Um, what's your impression of it so far? We know very little, of course. What are your hopes and
yeah.
expectations? Let's start with that.
So I mentioned briefly that I'd been a little bit burnt out of the game. Back right after the Master of the Arena tournament happened, I actually I uninstalled the game and I didn't play for several months.
Nice. Good to take
Right
a
after that
break.
happened. Yeah, and it, I do think breaks are important. I think breaks are good. This wasn't really a good break in the
Hmm.
sense that it was sort of motivated and influenced by bad things as opposed to me just wanting to take a break from playing the game.
Got it.
And I mean, it was partially that, but there were just some other sort of really negative influences that led to me doing that. And since then, obviously, I'm playing more. I just streamed several days of the last week. I've started. Yeah, I left a ton of discords. I left a ton of communities at that point, and I've started to join some of them, not all of them, again,
Yeah.
and get involved in the community a little bit again. Um, and so, you know, I was kind of at a point where I was thinking maybe I'm done with the game. Maybe I'm done with creating content for the game and being involved in the community and stuff. But and I don't want to say that I'm like fully back at this point because I
Hmm.
don't think I am. I don't know if I'm going to be. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. I don't know. But I'm definitely going to be involved, at least in some ways. And I think there was a point where I didn't really care about EOD at all. I didn't really have expectations for it,
Hmm.
whether they were positive or negative. So I haven't necessarily put a lot of thought into it. And I will be honest, I'm still sort of in the same way of thinking because um, HOT and POF, they both had extremely significant impacts right on the game. Obviously, there were huge changes to all game modes and stuff. And of course, specifically for World versus World, I mean, HOT had various different things for World versus World. POF really the only thing that affected World versus World was obviously now mounts in World versus World, but
Yeah.
when POF was released, the new elite specializations, right? So for EOD, in terms of thinking about World versus World, which of course is the mode I care the most about, the elite specializations are going to be
Keep
matter,
talking.
right?
I'm gonna close my window. Someone's running like a leaf blower at 9:30 at night. What the hell? One
Okay,
second. Keep talking. I can hear you.
that's crazy. Yeah, yeah. Okay, and so, I think that the thing that stands out to me, of course, is are these new elite specializations going to? Well, I mean, will we have new elite specializations? The assumption, of course, is that we will. That they've been a huge selling point in the last 2 expansions. It would be kind of crazy for ArenaNet to not include them. But we technically don't know for sure that they're coming. They haven't said anything about them. They haven't confirmed or denied it. I think the assumption that they're coming is safe, but the possibility
Yeah,
that they
that would
aren't
be
exists.
that would be a dramatic misstep, I think, to
Yeah.
not include elite specs. I want 2 per class. I feel like we were cheated. We got 2 and we got
So,
1 2015, 1 in 2017, nothing in 2019, 1 in 2021. We missed one.
well, hopefully 2021. But yeah, so
Oh man, do you think the EOD could come in 2022? Oof.
well, again, this is me maybe being a little bit biased, but I mean, alliances haven't come in 2 years.
Yeah, fair.
Maybe, I mean, I think they're obviously putting vast majority of their resources into EOD, right? So I think the hope is that it's coming in 2021. But
Mhm.
again, this just comes back to the communication. They haven't said at all really. They haven't really told us anything about EOD. First of all, they haven't told us where they're at with it. They haven't said, we're thinking. Again, they don't have to give us a specific date, but they haven't said at all. We're thinking it'll be. They haven't even said that they think it'll be in 2021. For all
No,
we
they
know, it could be
haven't.
3 years from now.
They have
But
told us their roadmap for champions though, which
yeah, they
paints a
have.
very suggestive picture.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people were thinking that it will come after Iceberg Saga ends, and again, maybe not a bad assumption, but the thing so in terms of elite specs, right? And you said you wanted 2. I've said actually a couple of times I kind of don't want elite specs because
Oh, what?
this is my fear, and this
Okay.
is why again I sort of am wary about this expansion because Winds of Disenchantment came with POF, and it today, more than 3 years later, is now in a spot where I think it might be balanced for the game mode. It has been the single most oppressive skill that has ever existed in World versus World.
This is the
It
Warrior
has been
Spellbreaker Elite, right?
Warrior Elite, yeah, for Spellbreakers. It has been the most impactful skill by far in shaping the metagame and shaping fights in World versus World. And it has taken over 3 years for it to come to a point where I think it might be balanced. I'm not
Okay.
sure yet because obviously the patch was today, haven't had time to play with it, but 3 years. Now, when you look at POF and you look at the HUT releases, all the specs pretty much were very very overpowered in on all 3 game modes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, again, they're a selling point of the expansion. They want people to play these specializations. They want people to be excited about them, so they want them to be strong. That's fair. But the problem is, balance with Guild Wars 2 has been such a it's been in a horrible place for such a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And it has really felt like they've, again, dropped the ball on balance. It takes them way too long to actually implement balance changes. A lot of the times they didn't feel impactful. Now with CMC kind of in charge of a lot of the competitive balance splits, it does feel like the balance changes that are being put out are impactful. They are getting better.
Mm-hmm.
It does give me a little bit more hope. But the problem is that in competitive game modes, you need consistent updates.
Yes.
You cannot have a good competitive
Balance is
mode
content
if you
for
do not have
competitive game
consistent
modes.
balance.
Yeah.
It's content, but it also, not only is it content, it makes the game feel better to play because
Right.
when you're and this has been a huge issue, detrimental issue with Guild Wars 2, where there'll be something that is too strong that exists for months and months and months. Like I just said with Winds and Disenchantment, 3+ years for it to get to a point where it might be balanced.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a ton of feedback when, there were the POF beta weeks and weekends that people played. There was a ton of feedback, and this goes into, again, ArenaNet not really taking feedback into consideration and not really utilizing it very, properly, where people said, if you release this specialization or this skill in this specialization like it is, it's going to destroy the game mode.
Mm-hmm.
And that is my big fear with EOD, where you have these specializations that are going to come out. Again, they're kind of the main content for World versus World because we haven't really seen any World versus World focused releases in POF. Now, I obviously want to say that I think CMC is being more involved with the EOD specs, right? if there are some, I think he'll be involved with the development of
That's a big
those, with
plus
the
for
balancing
you.
of
I
those.
can hear that.
And I think that's really important to keep in mind. So it gives me a little bit more hope. But in terms of VOD, obviously I think an expansion is great for the game.
So
The last couple of months,
before we get to that,
yeah,
I want to just expand on the balance idea a little bit. I really wanted to hear what you had to say about it, though, 'cause I think it's insanely interesting. As someone personally who has become a very casual player of Guild Wars, really ever since I stopped caring about raids, my perception is that balance content is for a small percentage of players at the top of each game mode, and it doesn't have a large effect on most people, and it doesn't attract anyone to play a game. Do you think that's fair, or am I being too casual?
I think that you have to look at it from sort of multiple angles, because on one hand, I think that you're right. Balance is only going to affect a certain percentage of the population, at least in the competitive modes, usually. However, I do think that if you look at League of Legends, right? This
Mhm.
is a game. It's an esports. It's a MOBA.
Huge.
It's a PvP game essentially, right? And so balance is much more important to that game, because if they don't have consistent balance, their entire game is essentially going to suffer for it.
Mhm.
Their population, the player base. I mean, if I go to League of Legends, if I'm playing League of Legends consistently as that's my main game, I'm playing PvP. Excuse me. Now, if I'm playing Guild Wars 2, if I'm a Guild Wars 2 player, if that's my main game, the majority of the people who play Guild Wars 2 are very casual. They usually they play Living Story. They don't play the game very often. They buy gem store items. They buy gems. They don't
Yeah.
necessarily get involved in Twitch. They don't necessarily get involved with discussions on Reddit or forums or whatever. They're not involved in the community as much. And Guild Wars 2 is almost like, yeah, what's up, Raka? Guild Wars 2 it sometimes can feel like a single player RPG instead of an MMO. That's obviously something that I think is a shame about Guild Wars 2.
Yeah.
So I think it's almost like you have to. It's like the chicken or the egg, right? Which comes first? Like, is Guild Wars 2 balance not as necessarily important because, well, it's not as important, or is it because the players that make up the majority of the population are
Yeah.
there because of the way the game's been developed, because of that lack of balance? Because there was a point where Guild Wars 2 was esports. It had a pro league. It had a world tournament series. It had a $200,000 prize pool. It had actual real esport leagues and organizations looking at it. But because their balance was so bad, and it died. The pro
Is that
league
what
died.
tanked it, in your opinion? Poor balance?
It was one of the biggest factors, yeah. Absolutely. And so I think that you are correct in saying that if today's balance... Oh, actually, this is actually a really good example of this. Today's balance patch, I think, was almost perfect. I think today's balance patch, there wasn't a single change that I necessarily disagreed with. I think it was a very good patch. That being said, it wasn't enough. And if this is the sort of patch we're going to get every 4 months, it's not enough. But that being said, it was a really, really good patch. And yet you go to the Reddit and people are furious. People are wondering why there isn't more. Why isn't there more content? Why am I not being given more? They don't care at all about the balance. They don't care at all about how good it is, how much it impacts. Again, Winds of Disenchantment gets nerfed today. Over 3 years that this skill plagued World versus World. That it is one of this change today. Changing a skill just a little bit is one of the most impactful changes to World versus World, to the game mode.
To a World v World noob,
people don't care about it.
Explain how what effect that Winds of Disenchantment has had on World v World, and what you expect to be different now.
So Winds of Disenchantment is a large AoE bubble, basically. And so what it does is, you put it down, think of a well, or think of Time Warp on Mesmer, the elite skill Time Warp. You put it down in an area. It's not a placeable AoE like Time Warp, so
it moves with the
like
warrior. It's a bubble centered on the warrior wherever the warrior moves.
Yeah. So basically what it does is, it prevents enemy players inside that Winds from being able to gain boons. And what it also does, and there's no other skill that does that. There's nothing else like that.
Is there a target cap on that?
Yes.
Okay.
So the target cap currently, I believe, is 5 players. It was 10 at one point. It might be 10. I'd have to double check because they've changed it a couple times, but I think it's 5.
Sure. Okay.
per wins, of course. So then what it also does is it will strip boons of on people that are in it. So it strips boons, and it also prevents boon application
Hmm.
inside of wins. So that's very important, especially for World versus World, where a game mode that requires coordination. It stability is an extremely important boon in World versus World.
Yeah.
Resistance is an extremely important boon in World versus
Because
World.
there's so much
Protection,
stuff flying
regen,
around
vigor,
that if you're constantly getting condied and stunned down, like you're not even
you'll
playing your
die.
character.
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
And
And
which
so
creates a more ranged type meta, I'd imagine. That kind of
that's
melee
part of
hostile.
it. That's part of it,
Okay.
and I'll mention that in a second. So
I'm just
basically,
guessing.
what
I have
it
no
does.
idea, so please do.
That was well, you were right. You're pretty much spot on. But yeah,
Okay.
so it it is extremely impactful because it's essentially an area where you will get kills. When you use wins, you will get kills if you play around it properly. So a group
Hmm.
that plays around it properly will get kills in Winds of Disenchantment.
Right.
It's an area where you have a much harder time supporting players
Hmm.
because you can't give them stability. So if there's a well spike that goes down in World versus World, I might pop stability because I know that I know the enemy group is gonna be dropping CC crowd control on top of that well spike. So I could give stability to my teammates and they can get out of it.
Hmm.
But if there's a wins, I can't give them stability. They cannot get boons inside that wins.
Hmm.
So you have to play around it in different ways. And so the problem with wins was when it was released, and this sort of revolves around how horribly oppressive Scourge was at the time as well on release, and it's definitely in a much better place now. But
Okay.
Necro is still strong, and just how much damage there is and was in the game mode at the time of POF release and now. So basically, the game on POF release, it just it completely changed how difficult it was to play the game because you went from a completely different meta, obviously, with completely different classes, and this was kind of the same thing on HOT release, but it's so much more difficult to not die in POF than it was in previous iterations of the game. And a lot of this comes down to obviously just more power creep, more things being
Yeah.
added. Now these unique effects where you can't get boons and stuff. And fair enough, that
Yeah.
happens,
It's
right?
an
But
anti-support ability, which is very interesting.
a lot of it comes down to as well just the lack of consistent balance updates,
Hmm.
making things in line with other
So
things.
things that are oppressive and unfun remain that way
Yeah,
for a long time, and if they've been balanced out once a quarter, it would not be that big of a deal.
yeah. So one of the big issues with wins on release was that when you put it down, so on release, you would hit the skill and it would drop a bubble, a
Hmm.
static bubble on top of the area you dropped it, and then you could keep moving around. So on release, it lasted for 10 seconds. It would rip boons immediately as soon as you put it down. It would rip them at a very fast rate. I think it was something like every half of a second, maybe. And I think
Okay.
it also affected 10 people.
Yeah.
So they've nerfed it and they've changed it several different times. At one point, it lasted for 5 seconds and it was stationary. They also removed the immediate boon removal, so there's now a slight delay. So
So it
basically,
ramps. Yeah.
basically, before the winds would go down and you would immediately lose boons. Now the winds will go down, you have an opportunity to get out of it before you start losing boons, which is a
Hmm.
good thing. They also delayed the interval on how often it rips boons, and they reduced the player cap, so it's 5 instead of 10.
So is
However,
that
what
to the state where it's in as of today's balance patch or before today's balance
yes,
patch? Okay.
yes, that's today's state.
So
However,
go ahead.
in between then, there was a point where it was a channeled ability that followed the warrior around. So
Hmm.
it was mobile instead of stationary. And this was a really big thing that we wanted for a long time. We wanted it to revert back to being stationary because the problem is when it's mobile,
Hmm.
you can interrupt it, but you can also follow people with it. So right now, it takes a little bit of skill to play around it, right? Because you drop it and people have to move out of it, but they can't follow you with it. So you can kite it, you can try and bait people to drop it and then run away and wait for it to disappear and then go back in. And not only that, you can also use it defensively now. So instead of if you have a group of 60 people and you're 20 people, before they could just all run straight at you and they could have 10 warriors hold Winds of Disenchantment and just W key you down. And there's
Mm.
nothing you could do about it because you're a third their size and that many winds chained on top of you, there's literally nothing you can do about it. But
Right.
now what you can do is if you're that outnumbered group, you can use a winds and you can just drop it on top of yourself and they will run into it and they can't do anything about that because they can no longer interrupt your channel. So
Mm-hmm.
basically what it does is it enables outnumbered groups to have a little bit more of an opportunity, and it also stops that winds from being as oppressive in those outnumbered situations.
So now it's dropped rather than
Yes.
centered on the warrior,
Yeah.
and um, which sounds like it would. If I'm gonna now, let me see if I'm synthesizing this correctly. It's more of like a zone control thing, as opposed to before, where it's much more of a tool for aggression and attack.
It also means more coordination is required because
Right.
now you have to spike, you have to place your damage or your CCs or whatever inside that one area, as opposed to being able to basically put them anywhere because the winds could just continue to follow people. So it
Right.
requires more coordination. So again, it requires a little bit more team play, and that's a
Yeah.
good
Yeah.
thing. And so
You could do like a hammer and anvil thing where you have a
yes,
warrior who savage leaps past the enemy Zerg
sure,
while you're driving the Zerg across like a choke point
100%,
and drop the
yeah,
winds right. So the Zerg is between the hammer
rock on our
the other Zerg and the winds. So either they turn and fight you with their boons, or they
or
keep
they run into the
running
winds.
into the boon strip and they're screwed. That sounds like a
Absolutely.
positive change, and it was in that state where it was movable for how long?
Well, so it wasn't obviously the full 3 years because there were on release it was stationary, and there was a small period of time where after they made it mobile, they reverted it back to stationary, in the state that it is currently. But I would say the majority of 2 years, it has been
Okay.
mobile. Um, and so I wanted to touch upon this because you mentioned something about how it sounds like a skill like this would make the game more ranged. And so there's actually a word for that in World Wars. It's called pirate ship.
I've
So
heard that before. Mhm.
pirate shipping is a term used to describe a meta where the majority of your damage is range damage, and you're
Mhm.
not really engaging with the group, right? So you're never really one group goes into the other group
You're
like
doing
melee, right?
broadsides. Yeah, just
Yeah,
kind
and it's the majority of people don't like it. It's very boring. You're usually, again, you're not really interacting with the enemy group. You're not really engaging with them. Usually, fights will take longer. I remember there was a point where it was kind of the meta way to play, and fights would literally last 30 minutes, and you'd kill like 3 people in 30 minutes, which is horrible. I mean, that's just so
boring.
boring.
Yeah.
It's just it takes a real toll on you, honestly. And so that it's pretty much a bad it's a bad meta, and it usually hasn't been a meta for very long, which is good. It usually isn't the proper way to play. Generally, melee engages are going to be more impactful than ranged
Mhm.
in general.
So
There was a
that's an
point,
outcome that can occur when melee is when engaging in melee combat is too high cost.
yes, exactly, yeah. And
Okay.
so there was a point in the game where, on release, stability, the boon stability was one. This was before boons stacked, but you would have a
Mhm.
stack of stability, right? It was just the boon stability. And so stand your ground, for instance, the guardian skill would apply stability, and it would give stability to your allies for a certain duration, and they could not be CC'd now. And it didn't matter how many CCs they got hit by, it couldn't be removed for them until it ran out of
Yeah, it
duration.
wasn't consumed.
It right. It could be stripped away by a necro strip, but
Mhm.
obviously that's just that. So what they did was originally, so when they added stacks for boons, they gave stability a certain amount of stacks. So stand your ground is 5 stacks of stability, just like it is now. But when they originally did that, what they did was a stack of stability could be removed. There was no internal cooldown on it. So if you ran into a line, you'd lose a stack. And then if you ran into a line, another Guardian line, right? A CC, line of warding, staff 5 on
Yeah,
Guardian.
yeah.
If you ran into another one, literally 0.0001 seconds later, it would remove 2 stacks of stability. So there was no internal cooldown. So what this led to
Yeah.
was, so basically what before that change, World versus World was a hammer train, basically, where you would run into the enemy group with your guardians and your warriors, and you would hammer, and obviously the game was very, very different back then because you had ranged groups and melee groups and focus parties and all this and that, but that was essentially how you played. It was meta hammer train. When that change happened, you could not melee engage because if
Mhm.
you tried walking forward, you would immediately get stun locked forever, and you could not move, and you would just die. So that was when pirate ship was kind of the most meta, because
Mhm. Mhm.
all groups would not engage with each other. And so fortunately they reverted it, or they didn't revert it, they changed it so that there's now an internal cooldown on removing a stack of stability. A stack of stability can only be removed, I believe it's every 0.75 seconds.
Okay.
So that and I actually think it's in a very good place. I like it currently how it is.
Okay.
And so that was just something you mentioned before, how, something like wins could maybe change how the entire way, the meta game works. And you're absolutely right. Fortunately, wins never really made pirate ship that, I would say, good. People were worried about it on POF release, and a lot
Mhm.
of people did think that pirate ship was kind of going to become the meta. Some people still claim it is. I don't think it was. And I can definitely see why, because again, as you said, wins now the way it is, the way it was, kind of more seems like a zoning skill than anything
Mhm.
else. And I think that's fair. I think that makes sense. But again, it's only a 5 second duration. On release it was 10 seconds, so that's why it probably seemed worse. But as a 5 second duration, you're basically zoned for 5 seconds. So you do have to kite, but then you go back in. And again, I think mostly you're gonna be engaging.
Mhm.
But right now it's not really pirate ship, but you're also not full on 100% melee all the time. So it's, in my opinion, it's in a good place. But
It could have variety.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah, I can see how having the movable bubble would over reward like just kind of melee trains, just plowing into people where you stack up the bubbles and just
It didn't feel fun to
wreck
play the game.
face. And I imagine it would reward groups for stacking up spellbreakers, which
Yes.
it probably feels bad in terms of group comp.
Yes, it did. Absolutely.
Yeah, I
And
remember
anytime that's the case, it's an unfortunate thing.
I remember early in the raiding days when elementalists were the king of DPS, and times where basically you would run the necessary support classes and then as many LEs as you could, and how weird that felt at the time. So yeah, you always want to encourage a good variety of classes. The best way of doing that is to make sure that anything that's strong doesn't multiply, right? Um,
Consistent updates.
yeah,
You just need consistent updates.
and fast iteration. Yeah,
Yeah.
which is uh, the sign of which is something you want in any kind of creative endeavor in software, especially gaming. Um, okay, and I know that balance has been a trouble spot. So what you just provided is a kind of detailed retort to my suggestion that balance is really only for the 1%. And what you just said is kind of say, hey, balance affected this entire game mode. This one skill negatively impacted this entire game mode for the whole time it was in this state. Is that an accurate way to put that, do you think?
Yeah, and I actually I think there was a little bit more I wanted to say, because
Okay.
I think, so as I mentioned, the Reddit today went kind of wild because they were like, "Oh, this patch wasn't good at all," even though, from my perspective, it was a great patch
Well, people
because the
wanted
balance that
more from the dragon
the
response
DRMs,
missions,
yeah,
right? So there's a baby's not getting fed today.
yeah. And so, not to be like a toxic elitist, right? But I think the
Do
average
it.
Guild Wars 2 player is not aware of balance. They don't understand, why something happens the way it does. They don't understand, they don't look at a balance change and they don't get excited about it like I would. They
Right,
don't
because
look at a balance change and say, "Okay, this is how it's going to impact the game."
right.
But the thing is, even if they don't necessarily understand it, even if it's not something that they think about, and there was a point where I didn't think about balance at all when I played the game, they're still playing the game. Now, maybe these players are only really playing Living Story. Maybe they're only doing the average open world content, right? And so in that case, it probably balance doesn't really affect them that much. But the thing is, I also don't think that it's there then in those players' cases. And again, this isn't me trying to be like some sort of toxic elitist. I don't think that their opinion is that relevant because they're not playing game modes that are affected by balance.
Right.
And so maybe those players aren't really affected by balance. Maybe it's not as important to them. Maybe it's not as relevant to them. And fair enough. But the thing is, for the people who it is relevant for, and again, I think it's more people. I think more people are affected by balance changes, good balance changes, than necessarily are represented by the people who are talking about it. For the people who are talking about it, for the people who really care, balance is so important because again, you look at a game like League of Legends, balance is integral to the game being good, the game feeling healthy, the game feeling fun to play.
Mhm.
And for someone who's a little bit more competitive, GVG. I play World versus World. I play PvP. Balance is very important to me
Yeah.
because that's content. Balance is content to me, and that's why elite specializations in expansions are content to me because they change the way the game is played. A living story patch, I don't really care that much about it because maybe I'll play it, maybe I won't, but it's not something that I really care that much about. But a new specialization, a balance change that changes how wins works, that's my content. That is
So,
what is relevant
yeah,
and important to me.
this goes back to your comment about the elite specs and made the fear of introducing new ones and what awful things could come forth from them. What beast can slouch forth from the new
Yeah.
ranger or the new necro specialization or the new warrior specialization. I
And
I
the
hear
fear
that,
that it'll
and
exist for too long.
underpinning that is a lack of confidence in the balance update cadence. So yeah, it's like building a house on a rotten foundation in a way. And maybe the proposal you have for what you want to add makes sense, but as long as the foundation is iffy, I get why you'd feel reluctant to move forward. I hear that, dude. Something I did not really understand. So it was very cool to hear an in-depth explanation about what Wins has been doing and why people are excited to see a change.
And I will say, I think an expansion is great for the game. I think historically the expansions have been good for the game, even if maybe they haven't been great for the game modes I play, or they haven't felt great to play maybe. And I think that the hope is the elite specs that essentially assuming will come with EOD, right? That we presume will come with EOD.
Hmm.
They won't be as out of line. And the hope as well is that, if they are really, really oppressive within a month or two, they get changed, they get nerfed, they get bounced, whatever, right? That's
Yeah.
the hope. And you know what? I do have a little bit of hope in that.
You
I'm
know,
not completely.
I would like them to be oppressive for 3 months and then balanced. Let us have some
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah. Well, I can see where you're coming from for that. I maybe don't agree, but
I'm just
I
talking
get
about
it.
selfishly. No, I
Yeah,
totally
yeah,
understand what you're saying. I also wanted to add a couple of layers onto a couple of things you said, and then I do want to talk a little bit more about the expansion. Um,
Mhm.
you said you put forth the idea that most people are casual players, and I wanted to extend that to say most people playing any game are casual players, even League.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
But
absolutely.
I also want to add on to extend the idea you put out about people being maybe not impacted by balance. I think that people consume balance patches, but casual players aren't aware of it.
Yeah.
They don't know where it came from. Why can I not get a dungeon group if I'm playing Necro? Back in the old
Yeah.
days.
Yeah.
Um,
Absolutely.
you know, uh, um,
Why are Rangers always getting kicked from squads in World versus World?
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. Same thing.
people experience these things even if they don't understand them. Or like I remember back a few years ago when ArenaNet made some changes to my class Warrior, and all of a sudden I could play Axes in PVE for the first time, and that felt pretty cool. Like
Yeah.
we'd never been able to do that before that. Um, Now it's one of the meta builds. Or at least my understanding is that it is. So yeah, it is important, and especially for a game that has PvP components, that just makes it doubly so. And I don't know why ArenaNet has never been able to consistently balance things. Um, I just think that there's probably a lot of things that are changing on the inside that we don't get to see. But I hope that your fear of does not come to place of a new, really, really big balance issue that creates that kind of an outcome. And I do
Yeah.
still
I
want
hope
my
so as well.
2 elite specs per class. I'm owed one, damn it. So, okay,
Well,
I'm a casual player. One of my great joys when I do choose to play Guild Wars is to play with a different spec. And for me, because I'm not really heavily involved in PvP or World versus
mhm.
World yet, I've always been World v World curious, which is part of why I wanted to talk to you. I'm learning a lot here. Um, but I've mainly raids were like for me the thing that really was my flashpoint to engage with this game because I love raiding. I told you about my raiding past in World of Warcraft, and to be
Sure.
able to relive that in a way it's a little bit more, let's just say integratable into my adult life compared to what that used to be, felt so cool. And for me, when the balance affected my ability to raid, that was content. I remember when Condition Warrior first became a thing, and like, wow, this is really interesting. And there was a while when Scorched Earth, I think the Condition Berserker burst skill was completely ridiculously
Yeah.
overtuned because of tick and ICD mechanics, exact similar to what's going on with Winds, a component of it anyway.
Yep.
And that was fun to experience for a little while. But I don't know what the answer to that is, but I also would be, and I get why you're reluctant,
I can
but
tell you the answer.
if anyone from Arena is listening, I want to hear your answer. If anyone from Arena is listening, I hope that you guys don't listen to Roy, and then you give me plenty of elite specs, but I hope you do listen to Roy and balance them a lot. That's my hope. Go ahead.
The answer is CMC.
The answer is CMC. CMC, damn straight. Next up on Basementside Chats, CMC.
He probably would come on.
Well, CMC, if you're hearing this, let's touch base. He's on Discord, you said?
Yep.
I'll find him. That will be very fun. Okay. Anything else you want to add to that, or should we move on to talk more about End of Dragons?
I think that's fine.
Okay. End of Dragons. Other than we talked about elite specs. What else stands out to you about this expansion in terms of hopes, fears, and expectations?
So obviously we are pretty sure we're going to Cantha, right? Which of course ties
That's
into Guild
the
Wars
only thing
1.
we do know.
Right. And so, I think there's two ways to look at it. One, I could be excited about it because Cantha was very cool in Guild Wars 1. There were a lot of really awesome things they introduced with Cantha, with factions, the X-Pack in Guild Wars 1. But at the same time, I think that there's a little bit of a fear that they're just trying to milk the nostalgia factor, and that, yeah, we're going to go to Cantha, but, all those great features you loved in Guild Wars 1 aren't going to be added to the game in Guild Wars 2, which, I think you maybe necessarily wouldn't want all those features, and of course they wouldn't look the same anyways, so that's fair, but, still, I think it's going to kind of make people assume these things, and I think what it really comes down to for me is that, again, they're just not telling us anything about it. They're really just leaving everyone to kind of create these assumptions and create these ideas for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And it is a little bit worrying because if EOD is coming sometime after Icebrood Saga ends, and we're assuming Icebrood Saga ends, in March or April or whatever, right? And I mean, so okay, let's say EOD comes the beginning of the summer, June, July, something like that, and we still haven't learned anything about it. Now, maybe in the next couple of months we'll start getting more information about it and stuff. All right, fair enough. But it's a little worrying to me that we just haven't really gotten any information about it. They haven't done any sort of teasers for elite specs. They haven't really told us, they're going to introduce new masteries or maybe a new mount, or, there's going to be a new type of open world content that they're going to, or a new PvP game mode like factions introduced, alliance battles and all this stuff.
Yeah.
And, I've heard a couple different things about maybe what's going to happen. Obviously, I have no idea if it's just wild speculation or not, but look, yeah, I think the expansion is going to be good for Guild Wars 2 no matter what. I think it's a huge selling point for the game. I think expansions always are. I think it'll get people involved in the game that maybe weren't playing it before. It might bring people back, and I think that's really good.
Expansions are the only thing that grow the fan base. That can grow it.
And that's awesome, and I'm happy for it, and I hope of course I want the game to go well. I want the community to grow and flourish. But I guess, I'm sort of going back to what I was saying before a little bit. I'm kind of at the point where I'm not sure if it impacts me or not, because I'm not sure if I'm going to be playing the game when EUD comes out. Maybe my priorities will completely have shifted, When POF was announced, and HOT to some extent, there wasn't a doubt in my mind that I was going to buy the X-Pack. There wasn't a doubt in my mind that I was going to be playing the game a lot when it came out. But now, I'm not really sure. I have to see what comes in the next couple of months. I have to see what EOD is going to really release. And so I'm a little bit more hesitant about it. But again, I'm hopeful. I'm not anti-EOD. I know that Teapot, who is now in chat, calling me not PMA, and a lot of other people have, been saying that, one of the reasons they think there's kind of a content drought right now is because they're putting all their resources into the expansion, and that's probably
Ooh,
true.
yep.
And the hope for that is then EOD is going to be really good. And of course, there's kind of two sides to this because if EOD isn't really that good and they did put all their resources into it, resulting in the content drought, well, that's a real slap in the face. But the other thing is, for me personally, I'm not a huge fan of that. I don't love the idea of, okay, EOD is coming out 9 months from now. Those 9 months are going to be dreadful. You're not going to have anything to do. It's not going to be fun. You're going to have a shit time. After those 9 months, it's going to be really great. But
Hmm.
those 9 months, go play another game. Take a break. I don't really like that personally. I understand why maybe that's a thing, but I'm not a fan of it. I
Okay.
don't enjoy I don't enjoy feeling like going into Guild Wars 2 the game is like going to a job that I don't enjoy, going to a job that I don't want to do, dreading playing Guild Wars 2. I
Hmm.
want to feel motivated to play the game. And again, like I said before, today's patch was the first time I have felt excited to play World versus World because of how impactful I feel this patch could be, because of the changes that I think it brings. And I'm really excited about that. And I haven't felt excited about Guild Wars 2 in a while. And so I'm really happy about that. And that's great. And I think it's awesome. And I hope stuff like this continues. But, again, it just kind of ties back into I'm a little bit fearful of VOD because one, I don't want to put too many expectations into it, and two, I'm worried that they're neglecting the game too much, and that even if VOD is really good, maybe it's not enough to sort of combat the amount that they kind of hurt the game by
Right.
not putting anything into it. And maybe that's not true. Maybe that's not going to happen. I can't really say for sure. I'm not sure. I don't know
Yeah.
for sure, of course, but
Of course, a lot
it's
has
things I think
changed.
about.
Yeah. Yeah. I want to respond to a couple of those things because I think you're right. Um, and I think what you called out is very wise. Um, so yeah, it's interesting. One of the things I've done in my head is I've tried to contrast the announcement of this expansion compared to the other two, and use this as a starting point for a thought experiment about what could be
Hmm.
different, what could this mean, what can I expect. Heart of Thorns was announced 9 months before it came out, and Heart of Thorns, that period was characterized by a complete content drought that felt awful, and tons and tons and tons of hype from the studio. Um, Individual streams and announcements for each elite spec and all that stuff. Like, wow,
Yeah.
very
Yeah.
weird and different world. Um, and then in 2016, when the train kind of got revved up, and Living World season 3, and we moved right from season 3 into Path of Fire, moved right from Path of Fire into season 4. We knew about Path of Fire like maybe 6 weeks or 2 months before the release, like
Yeah.
within the normal cadence of Living World announcements, and that was crazy. Um,
Yeah.
that felt like Arena hitting its stride. And now we get an announcement about End of Dragons. I think it was soft teased with that image with the bell over the Canthan style bridge. Um, I know it was at least as far back as when I talked to Teapot. Um, so I guess up 2 or 3 months ago,
Yeah. A few
and
months.
I'm guessing at earliest we can expect the expansion within a couple of months after Champions is planned to end, which is
Yeah.
um, like Q2 next year.
Yeah.
So probably Q3 is what Arena would be hoping for, if is my guess.
Yeah.
That leaves us with about a year between announcement and delivery. And it's clear to me by after experiencing the Dragon Response missions, first off, there are some things about Dragon Response missions that I actually took kind of like, at least conceptually. And I think that a couple people have done a really good job highlighting those. Teapot did a good video about it. WP, Wooden Potatoes, also did his own video on it that I think is interesting and worth watching. Um, but I don't necessarily want to get into that. But what I do, sorry, my mind's went down a tangent. Let me think for a second. What I do think is worth considering is that we have a firm map, multiple releases down the road, of what we now know will be quite threadbare content.
Yeah.
Which to me obviously seems like a response to the problem introduced by Heart of Thorns with the content drought. They know it's going to be some time before it comes out, and they know that they're focused on it as a studio, at least the part of the studio that's working on the Guild Wars IP, or at least on Guild Wars 2.
Mm-hmm.
So Dragon Response Missions is the alternative to a content drought. I don't understand, and I think we kind of are. I feel like I'm almost owed an explanation for what changed from the Path of Fire, Living World Season 3, Path of Fire Season 4 kind of cadence to Icebird Saga being this weird thing into transitioning into Dragon Response with a someday expansion. Sorry, it's getting late and I'm having trouble stitching my thoughts together quickly. But I think that there are serious, if you look at this closely, I think that there are serious concerns about what's going on at the studio.
Yeah.
And then those concerns branch off into other questions about, well, what can we expect? And this is not PMA at all. This is group grieving. I know. And to be fair, I really want to be excited about End of Dragons. Like someone who's been hurt by a relationship, I hope for the best from it. I really do. But I'm also have ratcheted down my expectations to match the reality that I've seen. I cannot allow myself to become overly invested because I've been hurt. I've been let down. I don't excuse the studio for putting out lower quality content with the idea that the expansion will justify it. And well, at the same time, I think ArenaNet is playing a dangerous game. That maybe they have to play, and I don't know why that is. Where either what they've done for themselves, if they've bought themselves some time by announcing this thing early, planning some release stuff, and they allowed the community to backfill the idea that their resources are going towards the expansion, which is why this content sucks. Which makes me think that the reason that they announced it is because they knew that they were going to have to put out lower volume content, and that they were going to need an explanation for why that is. You see what I'm saying? See how I'm backing this up?
Yeah, kind of.
And maybe I'm just like a crazy old man ranting at this point. But I think it's logical to follow those breadcrumbs. And it creates a sense of hopelessness. It seems like someone bargain like begging for their gaming life in the corner. You know, it doesn't paint a picture of strength and confidence. It paints a picture of weakness and apologism, and trying to get away with things, trying to manipulate our impressions rather than trying to thrill us. And if all these other things hadn't happened alongside it, all these other misses, then there'd be no context for me to feel this way. But this is, I think, what I feel, and what I guess a lot of others do. But maybe I'm just speaking for myself. Anyway, feel free to jump in and tear that idea apart.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think a lot of what you said resonates with me and it makes sense. And again, I think I'm kind of in a weird sort of period, a weird sort of state that I haven't been in regards to Guild Wars 2 before, where expansion's good, expansion's cool, awesome, but maybe I don't care as much as I used to.
Mm-hmm.
Part of that is, I think, also just how POF was, and I'll sort of explore that a little bit more in a sec, but I think part of it too is obviously just the way I've been feeling about the game for a while. But I'll go through period like I'm probably a little bipolar, I guess, but I sometimes I, I'll wake up and and I'll be like, all right, I don't care about Guild Wars 2. It's whatever. I've put too much time and effort into it. Didn't get anything back or whatever.
Hmm.
And then an hour later, I'll get onto Teapot's stream and I'll be chatting with him and I'll be happy because I get to talk to Teapot. He's my good
That's the
friend.
teapot
We get
experience.
to well, Teapot's an example. Teapot's not that cool. Okay, no. And no, he's a great guy, and so I'll enjoy that experience, and and I'll see people in the chat or on a Discord or who I'm talking to, who I'm playing with in game, whatever, and I'll be like, all right, this is why I'm still playing this game 8 years later. This is why I still care about this community because I care about the community. I love interacting with these people that I've now known for years and
Yeah.
years, and
Yeah.
or maybe that I'm just meeting now, but I still really enjoy playing the game
Hell
with.
yeah.
And I don't think there's ever going to be a point in my life where I'm like 100% anti Guild Wars 2. I
Hmm.
thought I thought I was at one point. I don't think I was. And I now feel that it's just not going to happen. So I don't like false positivity as much as I don't like negativity because I
Hmm.
don't think either are good. I don't think either help. And I don't want to be falsely positive about this. And I'm not saying necessarily a lot of people are doing that. I think some people maybe feel as though they need to try to force positivity because otherwise, they just get sucked into
Negativity will
negativity. And
overcome.
I
Yeah.
and I understand and I
Hmm.
understand that for sure, but I just don't like being falsely positive because I don't think it
Word.
really helps. And I also think that it's harder to fix things by being falsely positive. But at the same so that's not what I'm trying to do here. But the fact is, even if 9 months from now the expansion is released and we've had this really big content drought, we haven't really had a lot of great stuff, me personally, or maybe a lot of other people, or maybe some people think that the game's still fine, maybe some people don't, whatever. But it's been kind of a hard road to get to the expansion, and maybe the expansion isn't very good. Even if all that's the case, I'll still probably end up playing the game a bit. I'll still probably end up interacting with even if it's not really my main thing. Even if I've gone, started a career at that point. Even
Hmm.
if I'm mostly playing other games, I would be. I can't really imagine a world where I'm not still interacting at least a little bit in some way with the Guild Wars 2 community. Because a year from now, you know what? If I have time on some weekend, maybe I'll go and cast a monthly AT or something.
Sure.
I can see myself doing that. And so, I don't want to be falsely positive, but I do think that the game itself is so good, and there's such, because of how we've been forced to sort of interact with each other as a community and evolve as a community. There's this real sense of community for a lot of people that are more into, the Twitch streams and like the more sort of competitive and hardcore game modes and stuff, that I think it would be very difficult for us to just completely turn our backs on it. Some people
Hmm.
have, and that's fine, and that's good for them. They're off doing other things. But I think for people like me, who I've sort of drifted away a little bit, but I'm still here a bit. That's also good because I've got a lot out of being a part of this community. I have got a lot out of playing this game for so long, and I don't regret it.
Yeah.
Even though all the things I've said in the last few hours, and all the sort of bad feelings I have and misgivings I have about the game in the studio, all that aside, and in consideration, I still really love the game and I still love the community, and I'm still very grateful to have been a part of it for so long. So yeah, you know what? We're in not a great place right now. It kind of sucks. That's the reality, and I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I'm not gonna pretend that I'm not disappointed in ArenaNet, and I'm not disappointed in how the game feels to play right now. But you know, I still love all my friends that I've gotten to know from this game. I'm still probably going to keep playing the game. I'm still going to keep making content. Maybe not a lot, maybe barely ever, but in a little bit, I will. And let me just say, to be frank, that's not really how I want to be playing the game. I would love to go back to how I used to be, playing it every single day, really relishing and being motivated to play it and push myself to like be the best GVG guild there is. And I can't do that anymore, and I hate that, and it sucks. But I still want to. I don't like the idea of completely being hopeless because I don't think that should be the case. And I think that even if ArenaNet continues to drop the ball like they have been, the community itself can survive. And stuff like what Teapot is doing with Hard Stuck, I've had my misgivings about it. I've kind of felt like maybe he's forcing positivity. But the fact of the matter is, he enjoys what he's doing, and he's putting a lot of work into it, and he's creating this community of people around him that are enjoying what he's doing. And you know what? If that's all it is, that's great. I think that's awesome, and I think that's beautiful in and of itself. So my long-winded sort of response to you is just that I think we should never completely give up hope. Even, that's not even forcing false positivity. I think that we'll still be able to find a way to enjoy the game and enjoy each other, and have a nice time. Maybe not as much as we used to, which is sad, but hopefully there's a brighter future.
Amen, brother. I don't think I could add anything to that. In fact, I think we better end it on that. I think that was
all right.
a great way to wrap it up.
Fair enough.
Roy, thank you for taking all this time, sit down and educate me on Guild versus Guild. All the lovely history of World v World and where it's at today, your hopes and your thrills of the past and your hopes for the future. This has been really fun.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just so you know, this is really just a warm up because we haven't really touched very much about World versus World. So we'll have to,
We can do round 2. We can do round 2.
I'm just getting ready to go. So.
All right.
No, I'm actually exhausted. I need to go to sleep. But
I hope you all enjoyed the warm-up round of Roy on Basementside Chats. Thank you, and thanks to everyone out there who's been watching live and who's watching this after the fact. Really fun. Roy, why don't you let people know where to find you?
Man, Teapot always did this on Tea Times.
That's what you're supposed to do. You got to promote yourself, man. Come on.
I don't like promoting myself. Honestly, I don't know how much or when or whatever I'll be streaming if I do. Yes, I stream on Twitch sometimes, but I think that I'd rather just say that if you are watching live, or if you have been watching live, if you are listening to this at some point, well, first of all, congratulations for getting through 4.5 hours of listening to me talk. That's not easy. Deeg, of course, helps, but make sure you continue to support Deeg and all that he does, because this has been a absolutely lovely experience for me. I loved this very much. So thank you very much, Deeg, because this was great. I hope that you continue to do this. I mean, I know you're going to continue to do this, but I hope you continue to be able to grow. So guys, make sure you are supporting Deeg, and of course supporting all the other amazing Guild Wars 2 content creators, because they all deserve it. Yeah, I am not important anymore. I am gone with the wind. I am no longer relevant. But thank you, Deeg, for having me. This really was a very, very enjoyable experience. It's a pleasure. I'm glad I got to know you better, and thank you very much for having me. This was awesome.
My absolute pleasure, Roy. I don't think you're gone, but even if you were, you would not be forgotten. So thank you. You can find me on YouTube, DeegBS, Twitch when I do this, Deeg TV, and other places too. Links will be in descriptions and stuff. Thanks, everyone, and have an awesome night.
Take care.